A very, very good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning, sir. Yes,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. You are audible.
Hey, good
Thank you
morning,
so
sir.
much. Thank you so much. Let's start with today's proceedings. And I'm really delighted to welcome uh, Dr. Kathan Shukla from IIM Ahmedabad. Uh, Professor Kathan Shukla, a very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Arun. Happy to be here. Yeah.
Uh, we are so much thankful to you. We are so much thankful to you for sparing your valuable time and be part of this program on gamification. First of all, let me introduce to the participants about Professor Kathan Shukla. Uh, he's with the Indian Institute of Management, uh, Ravi J. Mathai Center for Educational Innovation, Faculty Chair Strategic Leadership for Schools in a Changing Environment program at IIM Ahmedabad. So he has received his MEd in Educational Psychology from University of Houston, Texas, and PhD in Educational Research, Statistics and Evaluation, University of Virginia, USA. And he has, because he has been in educational technology, educational psychology, so there's going to be a lot of takeaways from Professor Kathan Shukla's experience because as faculty members, we have talked many times, we are facing a lot of difficulties in the classroom in engaging students. So today we get an opportunity to learn from Professor Kathan's experience, his expertise, and obviously there are going to be some deliberations also so that we can learn how we can incorporate gamification and likewise strategies in our classrooms to improve the engagement. Welcome, Professor Kathan. Over to you now.
Thank you so much, Professor Khosla. Very happy to be here. This is probably first time I'm interacting with faculty members in Punjab and the related regions. So really delighted to be here. It says that you can see my screen, right? So you can see the presentation.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
visible.
sir.
It's
Yes.
visible.
Okay. And also, so this session is going to be quite interactive. So I encourage all of you to unmute whenever you want to say anything. So you can unmute yourself, right?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Great. So yeah. So because this is not just kind of a talk. This is more of an interactive session. So that's what let's see how it shapes up. So it's going to be our collective responsibility. So thanks so much for the kind introduction, Professor Arun. As mentioned, I work here in IIM Ahmedabad. So we, unlike many other IIMs, so we have this educational research center. So the name is Ravi J. Mathai Center for Educational Innovation. And very briefly, I just wanted to point out that many other IIMs may function differently, but this IIM focuses more on management and not just on business. So hence, the institution also focuses on healthcare, agriculture, and education. So this is one of the kind of very sort of important for the institution, and hence, there is somebody like an educational researcher also finds home at IIM Ahmedabad. So with that background, so let's begin our sort of journey for today. So I'm going to talk about this very interesting case of an engineering student, Rahul. I understand most of you are from an engineering school and related areas, but so probably you would know more about the context. I haven't studied engineering, but I have studied science. So I have my background in physics, and I had a lot of friends from engineering fields. So when I interacted with Rahul, so it totally made sense to me, and then that's why I'm sharing his case with you. So Rahul's case is kind of interesting because you may also find this kind of students in your institutions, in your classes, the classes that you teach. So Rahul is currently in semester 3. He is probably above average student, and then consistently, in engineering schools there are many sort of exams throughout the year. So Rahul, in his first year, so first 2 semesters, he kind of did reasonably well. He was always kind of among top 5 in his class, and in mathematics especially, he was in top 2. But this year, for the first time, he failed in 2 subjects in midterm exam. So it's kind of we are kind of surprised that, hey, why is this happening? Now, usually what happens in engineering school when something like this happens? I'm asking you. Anybody can respond. Anybody would like to respond? What happens in an institution? Yes, I see Manish.
We would encourage the child speaking to him or her personally.
Okay. So is this Mariel De Cruz?
Yes, Marilyn De Cruz.
Marilyn De Cruz. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, so probably you would encourage, but that's very kind of you. But what usually happens? Usually nothing. Nobody really cares, and that's yeah, because there are probably hundreds of students and
because of distractions.
Right. So this can happen. Yeah. So individually, there could be n number of reasons, but usually institution does not really care too much of. These are all adults and they will mind themselves. So yes, so kind-hearted faculty member like you may try to reach out to this student, but institution does not really care. But still, let's say when you are there, when this is your class, and then you take interest in this student Rahul. So you ask the mainly the faculty members who are teaching this. So one of the faculty members who is teaching the most, that teacher, you ask this is what the teacher says. I really wonder what's happening with him. He's not really paying attention in the class this year, and I also caught him sleeping a few times. So this is what teacher says. Probably it gives some information, but not very useful. So then what do? Then you probably talk to some other people, maybe his colleagues, his other peers and things like that. But luckily Rahul, he lives with his parents, and then his mother, she is very sort of concerned. So maybe once a week she would come to college, and then so that's why the mother. So this is what mother says. Rahul leaves for the college when his father is asleep. And when father comes back from his work, Rahul is often on his computer. So they are not really talking to one another, talking to each other. That's what mother says. In addition, they got Rahul computer thinking that it will help him academically. Moreover, mother also says that Hello? Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Properly.
sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir. Properly.
All right, so I'll continue. Yeah. If there is any question, concern in between, you can raise your hand also, so that I would also know. But it's totally fine if you can unmute yourself and speak. That's fine. So this is what mother says further, that okay, the entire evening goes into playing games. So after when Rahul comes back from the college, so this is what he ends up doing. And when mother tries to be straight, Rahul, these are adults, young adults. So Rahul is not going to take any scolding from mother. So Rahul also yells back at her. And mother is also very concerned. She is, avoiding the confrontation with his father, mainly because, father is kind of short-tempered as well, probably like son, that son is like his father. So probably both are short-tempered. So She's afraid that he may even cut off the internet cable and all of that, so she's avoiding that drama at home. However, she's concerned, and then she suddenly we also agree that he is a kind of bright boy. So she's now pleading you to do something. Okay, so now this is what we know. So the question for you is that what can you do if you were there as one of the teachers? What would you say to Rahul? Or what would you say to mother, or what would you do?
Hello, sir.
We
Yes,
can.
ma'am.
Yes, sir. This is Dr. Bhumika Shah from Gujarat University.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. First of all, we need to speak to Rahul about what is the problem, understand his problem, and then we can guide accordingly.
Yes, so he loves playing games and he's spending all his time in playing games. Yes.
Yeah. So it will be that why is he losing interest? Why is he getting diverted to games? That is the first thing which needs to be understood, and then that thing needs to be taken care of.
Okay, so then, all right. And anybody else would like to add anything to what Madam just suggested?
No, though he's a matured guy,
Okay.
still we try to appraise him the quality of the positive frame with regard to his credits that can contribute to his career.
Okay, so you may like to, let's say, draw his attention to career and probably
Yeah, yes, sir.
help him rationalize his actions.
Yes, sir.
That what he's
Rationalize his
doing, why.
actions. Okay.
Let us think this through. Okay, that is also important, right? So, okay, so see, yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
We
go ahead.
can provide him wherever he is the weakness or the forces in which that he failed. In that one, we can be able to provide some kind of the material or some other ways in which, so that he can be able to improve it in it and go through that respective kind of things, and he can get back to us later, so that
Okay.
even though he may face some problems, he can improve it.
Okay, so some sort of remedial support can also be provided through additional material and things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So I would encourage him to segregate his time for playing and studying separately.
Okay, so maybe again rationalizing timelines and then time management thing. Correct. So these are important things to consider, and also we should also be mindful that at that age, they're sort of most important people in your life. Those people are your friends, right? So we ask his friends. So this is what his friend also tells us. That we play online games together. Rahul joined very recently, so he was late on the wagon. However, he sometimes he plays all night to catch up, and then now he's incredibly good at those skills, and then he is now our clan leader. So what do we learn from this? Has anybody played any of this multiplayer online games? I think currently there are yeah. So currently I think there are 13 attendees, and including me and Professor Arun, we are about 15 of us. So other than me, so has anybody else played online multiplayer games?
No, sir.
They're not played really, but have observed children playing.
Okay, you have seen children play. Okay. All right. So I strongly encourage you to at least try something out. Okay. So that's kind of homework. Probably try any of the games. You don't have to play PUBG. I don't know, but then there are so numerous games. Randomly here, his friend is indicating clan leader, so probably a game Clash of Clans. Okay. So I'll quickly, because mostly we have not played, so I'll just briefly describe how it is. So in this kind of multiplayer online game, see, I hope most of you have watched a movie like Bahubali, right? Is there anybody who has not seen Bahubali? All right, good. So now I can assume that yes, we have all watched. So this is in a way you are playing the role of Bahubali. You are in this fantasy world where there are battles happening at epic level. You have to build up your entire empire, and then you can from scratch, from nothing, from just simple forest, you can actually create a magnificent epic empire like Maheshmati or even beyond that. And then you can also do a lot of technological advancement. You can also buy dragons. You can create some sort of spell that can destroy the entire armies. So you can do a lot of magical things. You have to strategize. You have to collaborate with your colleagues, with your friends. And again, going back to that age, your friends are your world, and all of your friends, when they are also on this kind of platform, when they are also part of this game, so now you belong to this fantasy world with all of your friends. Now think about this. Go back to your memory when you were, let's say, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, and then what if you and all of your friends were part of this magic kingdom where you could do almost anything, where you could do business, you could strategize, you can go on a war. If somebody attacks, you have to defend. That needs a lot of engagement, and that is engaging. This world, these games, they have fantastic graphics and sound design, the background score, all of it. So when you visualize it, I can't describe it in proper words properly, but then it is incredibly engaging. Trust me. So I strongly, that's why I encourage you to just play it out. Even if you play single player games, it will still be a bit engaging. At least it will gain your attention. Your attention will be there sustained. So that it's very difficult to compete with this kind of platforms. Now compared to that, think about what kind of experience Rahul receives in classroom. Now think about that. I'm not talking about your specific class or your specific engineering college. You may have really, good way of conducting your classrooms. However, you would also see a lot of faculty members. People just go to the class, maybe dictate some notes. Students are just supposed to sit there, pay attention to the blackboard, copy the notes, and then later on they have to kind of remember all of that. And in the exam, you are supposed to just memorize all of it. So probably compared to that, this experience is probably unmatched. And when Rahul is playing this multiplayer games, so probably even when you try to persuade him that, hey Rahul, you should not do it, what do you think? Rahul does not know that he should not do it? Of course he knows that. He is a thinking individual. It's just that he will listen to you out of respect because you are the elder one, and probably you are also a faculty member. So okay, faculty member, you do not really insult them or don't respond them back. However, deep down inside, Rahul would also say that, hey sir or hey ma'am, I know what I am doing. I'm engaging myself into something that I find is meaningful compared to the classes that I am sitting through, which is absolutely waste of my time and your time. Probably instead of this, if I just play this game, I will be engaged cognitively, emotionally, psychologically, all of it. So then that's a challenge that we have as educators, that what to do, how to engage. And then to be frank, we can rationalize, we can draw attention to career, but then do we really think that this sort of multiplayer online games are just waste of time for them? They are that sort of stupid that they are not thinking it through? Probably they are also learning some other skills, something like team building, something like resource management, something like some sort of social skills, something like political skills, persuasion, alliance, developing alliances, negotiating, all of these skills, some sort of leadership skills. So here the friend clearly mentions that he is a clan leader. If you play Clash of Clans, you would notice that you are leader of this entire clan. Probably your clan may consist of, let's say, 50 people, 100 people, sometimes 500 people. And then you have to protect your clan, you have to allocate resources. If somebody attacks you, you have to strategize and then counter attack. So all of this requires, a lot of strategic thinking. So this sort of game also gives you a way, an outlet to practice all these skills, to develop all these skills. And then this is, again, going back to this Bahubali sort of analogy. So now you are not just watching Bahubali movie, you are actually part of a Bahubali movie, and you, and along with Katappa and your, it's not Shiv Sena, I thought it was Devasena, okay, along with it. So you are having this battle, this bigger war with Ballal Dev and his sort of entire force. And to be frank, that is incredibly gripping, So that's the bigger challenge that we have. So now, keeping all this in mind, what should be our response? Now, again, the question is for you. What should be our response for Rahul? Anybody can answer. Then there is no right answer or wrong answer.
Yeah, so having succeeded in team building and evolving as a clan leader, we motivate him towards his focus, his primary goal, namely excelling in academics and career.
Okay, so you would like to draw his attention to academics and career and those things. That's the suggestion, right?
Yes,
okay, yeah. All right. Also, I read a comment that, okay, Rahul likes these challenges and want to be, number one in games. Okay, so how can we convert that into, education and probably, because, hard work is required in either and almost all cases. All right, so that's also on some similar lines. So
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir.
We can also add some kind of that in teaching game-like things, so that he can capture our teaching also very well, similar to this, because playing the game is required of good concentration, and the logic building is also there. So if he has some kind of the things in my teaching, so he will also take part in it instead of going for the game.
Correct, very interesting. So if we can learn something from the game and try to incorporate into our classroom experience or teaching experience, or let's say broader college level experience or institute level experience, that could be valuable. And I'm thank you for pointing that out, because that's broadly what today we will be talking about. But before that, let's also reflect upon this sort of day-to-day learning experiences that students like Rahul receive. See, being faculty members, we sometimes forget about the experiences that we received when we were students. Put hand on your heart and then tell me that you actually liked sitting through classes for, let's say, beginning 10 a.m. to evening 5 p.m. Did you really like just listening to one person after another person on all sorts of random topics or academic topics, but for 5 hours a day? Well, to be frank, if I talk about myself, I really did not like listening to all of them. Probably one of them was engaging, but rest of the 3 or 4 where I was just waiting for the class to get over, or probably just get an opportunity to walk out, some sort of just a reason that allows me to go out. I would be delighted to have that reason. So that's the experience that our students receive, and of course whatever we say that we all are doing, adding value to their experiences, but at the end of the day, this is what they go through. So we as faculty members should never take that for granted, should never ignore that they are going through some sort of trouble on day-to-day basis, because probably that is what is giving a lot of responsibility on our shoulders. So yeah, so that's this slide. These two questions are very important in that context, that how engaging was learning experience for students like Rahul, and across throughout the day, and then all 7 days, let's say 5 days a week. And then what made them remain on task? So what sort of motivations or what sort of things that kept them academically engaged? Those are the things that we really need to think through. Mostly what happens that students are doing something academically in the classroom just because there is some sort of external motivation in terms of some sort of marks assigned to that, or maybe there is some fear of the faculty member, things like that. But very rarely you come across a student who is intrinsically motivated, who is who wants to study, and that's why studies in the class. And that is what we need to pay attention to, that hey, how can we create that sort of class environment where students are genuinely interested, and not out of fear, but not out of just because there is some sort of external sort of thing, some sort of job waiting at the end of the degree, or maybe some starting salary. So is there anything else that we can do? So that's the broader question that for all of us. Also looking at typical teaching learning practices. Now, to be frank, this is not specifically about engineering colleges. Okay, this is pan-India pattern across university systems, across state university systems especially, and across even school systems. I'm not saying that there are no exceptions. There are. To be frank, many engineering colleges are doing fantastic work. Many institutes and even many schools are doing exceptional job. So don't take that, okay, this Kathan has said that this is that, but hey, we don't have this kind of system. Yeah, you may not have the system, but just hear me out right now. So typically what ends up, so this is the dominant pattern across India. So what ends up happening, that most of the assessment practices, it can be board exams, it can be university exams, it can be college exams. Exams tend to focus, so I'm focusing on this rightmost box, this right side box. And these exams tend to focus on lower levels of cognition. All right. And key to success is reproduction of model response in timely manner. By which I mean that, you have some model response written it somewhere. It could be from the notes that a professor has given, or it could be in some of the reference books. But to be frank, there is some sort of model response. So when you're studying, now pay attention to this central box, student learning methods. So when we observe, now think about, keep a visual of a student studying in your mind. So what students do, students typically either prepare some sort of model response from these reference books or from some sort of material that either they have got from some seniors or probably some faculty members. So they are preparing that, and then they are practicing reproduction of this model response. So they will be reading it once, they will be reading it twice, then they will close down the source of that material. They will try to reproduce all the points. If they are able to reproduce all the points, then they move on to the next topic. If they are not able to do it, then they will again reread the same thing. So that's how they kind of prepare their material academically. They're probably, especially for the exams. This is what students do under the name of students learning. This is what they are doing. Actually, the behavior is something like this, and that also makes sense because key to success is reproduction of model response in timely manner. You have this 3-hour exam or 1.5-hour exam, so you are supposed to write all sort of points in timely manner. If there were 8 points in the answer and you wrote 6, so you will get 3 points, 3 marks, and mark one. Every point consists of half a mark. So that's how you are going to be evaluated. So you are not just supposed to understand, but you are also supposed to memorize all of it. So that is sort of hidden message that the student receives, that hey, if you understand, that's good, but if you forget, then we are going to deduct some points. So you better remember all of it. To be frank, memorization in itself is not wrong, okay, because you and me, we all are also part of the same system, so we are not really rote learners, to be frank. However, memorization can also happen without understanding, and that's where the problem is. And when it happens, memorization without understanding, so then it is possible that a student can achieve good score, but may have absolutely weak fundamentals. And this is the problem across our entire nation. And you would also experience it day in, day out, that hey, your students, on the paper, they look great. In the board exams, they may have 80%, 90%, but when you ask them fundamental questions, they are clueless, mainly because they have memorized and they have cracked the exams, but they have not understood or digested, internalized the concepts. So that is something wrong with the entire learning ecology that collectively we have developed. And in this context, teaching, so how should you teach? So you are supposed to lecture. So lecture method, we all like to bash and then criticize lecture method, but to be honest, lecture method in this context is the most efficient method, because you have to complete the course. It is the most efficient method to complete the course. You have to focus on the content all the time. And then broadly, you are also supposed to help students write down these points and then they memorize these points. So you as a faculty member, you also facilitate students to do this, prepare model responses and then practice reproduction of model responses. So a lecture method helps you do that in very sort of timely manner. And then that's why it works. It probably you may not use it most prominently, but you will notice that even in your institute, most faculty members opt for it. And sometimes students also want it. Students really like professors or faculty members who give them notes. Now you know why, because it helps them with achieving academic success in this particular context. And then parents also, help them, like this sort of learning ecology. They facilitate it. And then there is also this, even in engineering context, there is this private tutoring. Businesses are flourishing. Why? Because what private tutors or let's say coaching centers do, they provide a lot of drill practice exercises, and they also provide ready-made learning material. So in this entire context, okay, whatever innovations we like to do it, but this is how the system works. And then at the end, when institutes are focusing on graduation rates and then all of that, so this helps them keep the graduation rates high, because then this is, and to be frank, at school level also this is what is happening. So everybody is already adjusted to this learning ecology. So that is our sort of problem, that now what to do, because system is set. So when a student like Rahul, finds that, hey, in the classroom when the teacher is only talking and then dictating notes, well, I'm not interested. On the other hand, I'm incredibly interested in, being a Bahubali, creating my entire clan, taking care of my entire clan, taking strategic decisions. And then when we criticize Rahul, we say that, hey, Rahul, no, you are supposed to just take notes and then remember these points and then rewrite those points in your exams. We have to think and reflect ourselves. that why should Rahul even do that, right? So that is a bigger question for all of us educators, that then what should we do? Because see, to be frank, reproduction of model response in itself is not bad, but where the problem is, I'll come to Rajeshwari ma'am, I'll come to you in a minute, but I'll just finish this point. The problem is that you also know it better, that the country, our nation produces almost what, 13 to 15 lakh engineers every year, and then the industry needs about 5 to 6 lakh engineers. However, industry is crying all the time, and industry is kind of pleading that we do not get employable engineers. Well, the supply is 3 times higher, then why are you even having problem? So in the industry still creeps and then ends up recruiting about 2 to 3 lakh engineers, and then says that, hey, rest of the lot is simply not employable. So even after we taking responsibility of retraining them. So you will see almost all of your major companies, like let's say, just to name a few, TCS, L&T, Infosys, and all of that, they have to have their own orientation programs, where they have to reteach almost every major concepts that they need in their industry. So that's what they need to do. So mainly because what students have done not just for 4 years of engineering, but probably 12 years before that, so 16 years of education, they have just practiced reproduction of model response. So reading some text from somewhere, rewriting it without looking at the source, that is what they have practiced. However, in reality, there is not a single employer who will give you even, let's say, 1,000 rupees to rewrite something which is written somewhere else. There is no job for that skill. So that's where you have problems. You end up having probably 10-20% of your students who have understood and digested the concepts and who can apply that knowledge, but the rest of the lot has never practiced this application of knowledge, and then even the knowledge itself is very sort of fickle, so they may have forgotten, they may not have been clear at all. So that's where our problem is. So I see there was one hand raised.
Sorry, sir, nothing as such. I just keep my. Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay, no problem. So yeah, now you know what the bigger problem is. And this is not, not sort of one person's problem. This is a collective problem as higher education in India, higher education system in India. So what do we do? What's the way out? So probably now I will like to, instead of talking about some big things, I would like to share what we do here, and then what specifically I have been doing and how gamification has helped. And probably I would like to have your views on it, and then probably we can also do a lot of things. I already know many of these engineering institutes do many very sort of interesting work, but let's learn from the game. I think one of the faculty members here, our participants already suggested, if students are so engaged and if games can do it successfully, why can't we do it? We educators do it, right? To be frank, games, apply concepts of educational psychology, human motivation. That's what good games do. So why can't we educators apply those concepts? After all this knowledge, most of this knowledge has come out of psychological research, educational research. So we can certainly do it. So let's think about most addictive game that you have played. Now I understand most of you are not playing games, and I am a bit heartbroken why you are not playing any of the games, but at least try it out. So today when you try it out, then you can think about this, that what makes a game. Okay, so Dr. Bhumika Shah mentioned Mario. Okay, so let's think about Mario. So why is it addictive? So what good games do? Good games have many sort of interesting elements, and throughout this workshop you already have come across many interesting elements. All right, so Dr. Shah, would you like to share with us quickly what makes, let's say, Mario addictive?
I think the different levels it has, so it motivates
Okay.
you to reach the next level always.
Yeah, so that's that. Thank you for sharing. So see, games are really good at it. So games, what they do, they begin with easiest level, and then once they identify that your skill level is at this level, so then they match the challenge which is just above your current ability level, and then they push you for that. So gradually they are in a way teaching you to get better at playing games. So that is nothing but it's called zone of proximal development. Vygotsky, very famous psychologist, so he is a kind of came up suggested this idea. It comes out from educational psychology literature, zone of proximal development. Games do it, but we educational research, education practitioners don't do it enough. So yeah, that's what we can certainly do it. All right, so this is one example of that's Empires and Allies. This is one multiplayer game. It is very similar to Clash of Clans. Some of you may have some idea about Age of Empire, right? So this is very simple, similar to that. Here you see all of it. All right, let's talk about points. So points, your current level is accurately sort of measured that how much you have already achieved in this game. So in your sort of so that's what it is very transparent. Okay, so one thing from game that we can learn that see whatever course we design or whatever assessment we do, it should be very transparent. Learners should get clear cut idea that this is why this score is the way it is. That clarity needs to be there. In games, you cannot really artificially just get some points. Of course, nowadays you can buy some points. Okay, that's another business that they do. But that is one way of getting those points. You can't really just there is no subjectivity that okay today Mario you crush it and you don't get arbitrarily any number of points. You get the same amount of points. There is also this resource collection. It is also very open, transparent. There are different quests. Okay, so it is in a way giving you some autonomy that you can. Of course, the game designer has given you one path, but you can also go to multiple paths, different journeys that you can take depending upon your own interest, and that is about autonomy. Now, learner has this autonomy to chart out their own path. There is something called avatar. You and avatar. Think about this. It actually goes deeper at the construct of sense of belongingness. So in our classrooms, see, this is very important thing, but not many teachers pay attention to this. That what are we doing to make each and every student feel that that student belongs to the class, belongs to the cohort, and that is incredibly important. So games do that. Games you can choose your avatar of your choice. You can have different hairstyle, different ways. You can have different names, but it is in a way your projection in this virtual world. There is also something called social graph. There is some sort of leadership board. So your entire social experience is important. The games know it, but not many educators practice this. Collective learning, group learning, peer learning. We think that we have to teach everything to the students. Well, not really. They can also teach themselves. They can also teach one another. They can also learn from one another. So why don't we harness this peer learning experience as well? So that is very sort of basic, but then games do it very well. Good games do it. That is also something called progression. So currently you are here, but this is where you need to go. This is your progress bar. Still this much, this is the journey that is remaining. And then that is your current level. Level indicates that currently you are here. So accurate measurement of your current ability level. So good games do it. All right. So now when we dissect different elements. So see, gamification is different from games. Okay, we are not creating games for learning, to be frank. We are not creating games. Okay, so all right, let's be clear about it. Through gamification, I know that you have already understood this concept well, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But just to be concise, it's application of game elements in real world scenario. So in actually your classrooms, you can use elements of games, and that is nothing but gamifying learning experience. So what are the elements? So again, we learn from good games. So what good games tend to do? There is some sort of point, badges, ranks. So in our context, we have marks, we have grades, we have some sort of leadership board, some sort of ranking, all of it. So we have to be mindful how these things are used. Okay. Games present clear-cut goals. Okay, so games are very good at it. They don't tell you sometimes, but the moment you start Mario, you kind of know from the setting that what you are supposed to do. In classrooms, students are not clear about it. We can assume that probably they know that they should learn all of it and they should score well. But to be frank, nobody clarifies them that what exactly is expected out of them. What are the specific skills and knowledge? If I take an example, let's say if you think about, okay, let's think about BCom. What BCom first year students are supposed to know, which will be different from 12th commerce students. Okay, that needs to be clear cut. What skills they should have. Let's say similarly, what BCom second year should have compared to BCom first year. Those things need to be clear. Students at the beginning of their academic journey, academic year or academic semester, they need to know all these clear-cut sort of goals. Third thing is, I think this is what also was pointed out in Mario's example, that level of challenges, increasing level of challenges. That's how you should even design your test. Begin with easier questions and gradually building higher difficulty items. That kind of engages the learner really. You will also experience when you do this yourself, you will also kind of be engaged. Fourth thing is feedback mechanism. Now, to be frank, let us be honest, our higher education system is absolutely pathetic when it comes to feedback systems. We don't really give feedback to our students, to be honest. And then, to be frank, we are also burdened by, let's say, 100 students, 200, 300 students. And then none of us are really have capacity to even provide individual feedbacks. Very rarely, I'm not saying none of you do or even I do sometimes. But then, to be frank, we end up giving feedback to few of the students. And then it's just to point out, it's not part of the bigger system. And then students have to wait for the end semester exam or probably mid-semester exam to get some feedback on where they stand. And that assessment is also not specific enough. And they would know that this is where you have learning gap. It is not that specific. So that's where we have a lot of work to do, providing feedback, very sort of precise, constructive feedback where they can improve. And then finally, some sort of competition under clear and fair rules. And then these rules are strictly enforced. So similarly, think about games. The rules are rules. There is no way you can break those rules. And then it's not that aapke liye kuch or rules and somebody else has some other rules. These rules are uniform. It's fair. It is just given. Similarly, when we design learning experiences, we have to be really mindful that how we are what rules of the classroom management, what rules of the examination system, what rules of instructional practices are we devising, and those rules need to be clear to all students, all learners. Making fear of failure irrelevant. To be frank, this is the biggest lesson we can learn from games. Games do that. Even if you die, you try it next time. Okay, game gets over. doesn't matter, you restart it. But in our systems, in our, not just in our class, but broadly in our system, there is too much pressure on certain exams. All right, and then when there is some sort of failure, students do not see another chance. And also we often do that. We make it really high stake. But then instead of that, what if we have multiple low stake exams that, hey, you can learn it, even if you don't learn it. Now that you know that you do not know this, I want you to prepare your things for next exam. And then, so you can learn again, you get another opportunity. That is something that we have to think through. How do we do it? Then incorporating some sort of storytelling, role-playing, simulations, all of it. Games do it very smartly. You can also think about it. To be frank, the entire case study method of teaching and learning, today we begin with this Rahul's case. This is also part of it. You would also notice that the moment you think about a case or a story, our attention gets hooked on, right? So stories, are magical that way. We should be, employ storytelling much more frequently in our teaching as well. And finally, some sort of team activities. To be frank, this entire Rahul's case is in fact about talking about peer learning, team activity. Clash of Clans is actually a great example of it. So series of sort of team activities. I have seen some modules where you are not just part of this sort of Bahubali kind of virtual world, but now you and your friends, your peers are supposed to, let's say, prepare a bridge to cross the river. And then if you do not prepare that bridge in time, then the Ballal Devs, the opposite team, is going to prepare the bridge. And then you will lose that strategic position. So then you have this time-bound challenge that you and your friends need to design this entire bridge. So now you have to employ your learning from physics, from mathematics, engineering, drawing, and all of it to design this bridge. I am sure that some faculty members from structural design and from civil engineering would have certainly seen this kind of platforms, but that creates fascination in students, and now they are engaged, they are learning. So sometimes you just have to give them, hey, this is the book to learn concept. They will learn on their own because now they want to solve this puzzle. They want to acquire that strategic position before other teams do it. So that's important. So games do it really well. And finally, some sort of, time and resource constraints. Just I mentioned this time constraint, it builds up the sense of urgency for learning. All right, so just to point out, now we break down how can we apply this how can we gamify learning. So the first step is understand the learners, understand the players. Okay, we have to understand what are the aspirations, what are the motivations. This is not just individual level, this is a collective level. Let's say if you have a cohort of 50 students, so you must be doing this, okay? But now we can do it in structured manner. You can also conduct some sort of, at the beginning of the semester, some sort of survey. Just now everybody uses Google survey, so you can also do it. Quick survey on what are the aspirations, what are the career aspirations, educational aspirations, what are the motivation, what are the fears, fears regarding academics, fears regarding career, insecurities, all of it. Who are significant players? Who are significant people? What do they value? What our players, what do they value? Who are the other people who play a role in their lives? So this helps us really design the learning experience well, once we understand them really well. Then we have to provide clarity of goals, short-term as well as long-term. Third step is applying. Now it's a kind of entire thing is about game design. We have to use all of these game elements to design their experience. What rules we want to set up, what sort of points, badges we want to, or what sort of reward system we want to set up. Do we want to recognize top performers? Do we want to recognize entire half of the class top performers? In what dimensions? And not just for punctuality, for work ethic, for submissions, for, let's say, content knowledge, for their cooperativeness, for the teamwork, all of so on different dimensions. What dimensions do we value as an educator? And then how do we incorporate sense of autonomy, belongingness? How when can we get rid of that fear of failure? We have to think through all of this. Then once everything is set up, once the students also understand what are the goals and what are the rules, then our job is to monitor that now what is happening. Let us monitor and let us assess that learning experience, the learning progress. And finally, we will be kind of evaluating how things go in our sort of setting. So now I'll quickly, and then of course we have to prepare some logic model. So I'll quickly point out the broader IIM sort of experience and how we think about things that sort of IIM. And to be frank, we don't have anything on paper, but this is what I have put together to share with all of you. So broadly, see, when India got independent, so the rationale for beginning IIMs, likes of Vikram Sarabhai and then others, they thought that now that India was politically independent, we should also think about economic independence. And for that, industrialization was way forward. So when you want to industrialize, when you want entire economy to industrialize, you need human resource for it. However, we did not have human resource. We did not have people who can be, corporate leaders who can run these large businesses and then industries and all of that. So that was the broader purpose of starting out this sort of institution. So with this sort of broader purpose, some of the outcomes of interest for our institution level is this: we want our students to have in-depth understanding of all sort of management fields, okay, and then different roles that across management fields. So we also want them to have in-depth analysis, synthesis skills, a lot of decision making skills, strong decision making skills, because that's what leaders do. Business leaders, corporate leaders, management leaders too. They take a lot of decisions. So many of you who are also an administrator and who are also having multiple roles, you would be also taking a lot of decisions. So, but then your decisions cannot be just ad hoc. You have to take insightful and then considering all stakeholders. So that is also that requires some sort of training. So that's a skill that one has to develop. And then leadership skills as well and communication skills as well. So this is broadly what we expect our students, so that once they graduate, they are ready to be this sort of management leader from day one. And the day one, we don't want them to be wondering in that organization that, hey, to be frank, मैंने तो ऐसे answer memorized करके I passed, but now I do not know. So we don't want that. We want the person to be ready to function as this management leader. All right. So for that, our learning experience need to be thought through. So so this is again broadly speaking, our assessment system will consist of so many multiple dimensions. Because see, if you within 2 years of SWAM, if you want to convert a kind of young adult, who is freshly a BE or who is fresh sort of engineer or a fresh graduate into a management leader, so then within 2 years you have just 2 years of time. So every day you have to drill that person with a lot of cases, because cases present that complex business real life scenarios. That hey, now what should be done? So we want them to prepare cases where they do rigorous analysis, synthesis, and evaluate this different conditions that one is expected to experience throughout in a day of an organizational leader. Then engage with multiple stakeholders, because as a leader you are often talking with multiple stakeholders. You can't just talk to one person and then decide things. You have to understand everybody and then understand their interests, their fears, their motivation, all of it. Then you have to identify. Sometimes problems are not presented. You have to understand from the field what the problem is. So identification of problem is also important. Then of course, solving a problem is a separate challenge. and then of course a lot of decision making. So this is what we want our students to do, and that's what they are supposed to practice day in day out for 2 years at least. Hence our assessment practices would include a lot of reflection papers, a lot of case notes, a lot of presentations, where they have to demonstrate mastery of all the exercises, simulations, of course a lot of management games. They also have to gather evidence for their how the competencies that they have acquired. Sometimes we also talk to other stakeholders with whom they have worked. All right, so that also happens. That also goes into that evaluation. And for this, the teaching practice, now I cannot rely on lecture method because this is what we want our students to do, all of that. Hence, of course, it's not that we never do lecture method. We also do lecture method at times. However, there is a lot of emphasis on case study methods, management games, simulation exercises, a lot of project learning and research and monitoring and all of it. All right, so that is the context. So now I will quickly share one outline of course that I teach. So of course, if you are interested, later on I will also be happy to share with Professor Arun, who can email to all of you. In fact, this is also available online. But can you see the outline? Can you see this PDF?
Yeah, visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So thank you for clarifying. So all right. So this is the outline for a course that I offer to our MBA students. So it's called Gamification, Technology and Learning Motivation. See, you may wonder why MBA students are taking this course, but mainly because, like engineering people are interested in gamification. So in management also, one of the biggest reason is that even when you have your, your organization, how do you update your workforce? All right, so updating your workforce is the biggest challenge. All right, so that gives the broader rationale how we can use gamification for learning, for learning of people and motivating people for learning. All right, so I'm not going to go through each and everything, but broadly speaking, see, course objective. Now when you think about this course outline itself is kind of a broader, bigger game. All right, so for this entire semester, all students who take up this course will be part of this bigger game. All right, where they have, I'm hearing some background voice, so I request you to mute if you do not want to speak. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this course objective is actually that game objective. All right, so by end of this entire course, they are supposed to learn all of this. They'll understand it. Then they'll also develop certain skills. They have to not just learn the concepts of gamification and learning motivation, but they have to apply these concepts where they will be devising gamified interventions in real life setting. I'll also talk about that in a minute. But they will be gamifying in real life situation where they will be identifying problems, to motivate individuals. There will be a sort of measuring it. So all the steps, 5 steps that I just shared in the presentation, this what our students, all the students would be doing all of them. All right, and then they also have to write everything up in an academic manner. So evaluation will be based on several things. One will be for this class project, they will be writing blog, because this is team task. So in the bracket, I am also mentioning whether this is individual task or a team task. So because this will broader project will be team thing, so that's why we want them to write on blogs on public platforms where different teams can also comment on each other, so one another's blog posts. So this is sort of inter-team thing. You can also have that in this broader game. The reflection papers, it's individual because I also want to make sure that it's not just the fun part, it's also some sort of learning, and they are providing some evidence of their own learning. That's why some sort of reflection papers. So this year, in this last semester, I gave them 2 reflection papers. One was of 2,000 words, another one was of 6,000 words. So kind of really in-depth papers that they needed to write. Then class presentation, class participation. They have to be active participants in the classroom. They can't just sit and listen. All right. Then there is some component for it. And some sort of in-class challenge. So at some point in the classroom, we often have this sort of in-class challenge, right? Different teams would be competing, gamifying some situations. So this challenge, it is also within a broader game. Sometimes you have smaller games. This is that kind of component. And then sometimes, when you have team tasks, so you will also notice that, 2 people, if there is a team of 4 people, so probably 1 or 2 are working and other 2 are just free riders. They don't work. So we also observe that here. So what I do sometimes add this component, where it's anonymous survey, where each team player has to report on all remaining team players. That, hey, what was their role? What did they do? And then they will be evaluated on this as well, right? So now you have to be active participant even within team. There is some sort of accountability for the field work. So because I have education background, I'm offering from education area. So that task was that they will be developing this intervention, apply intervention gamified learning experiences to students. So in this past semester, we got connected with a local affordable private school where they offered online courses. So our students devised learning modules on any of this. Now different teams had option. They could create modules on, let's say, either educational or career aspirations of high school students, or cultural sensitivity or gender equity or understanding business finance or linguistic skills or thinking like a scientist. Many of our students have science background. So out of all these 6 categories, they could choose, different teams could choose different topics. And then they were supposed to create entire learning module and then gamify this learning module. It was just 4-session module, 4 sort of 45-minute sessions that they would conduct to this high school students. Right, so it's the second level of application. Now they have to gamify experiences of this, not just gamify the experience, but they have to also implement these sessions for high school students. So that sort of application that they had to do, and then of course they have to write all of that up, and then that was our sort of bigger sort of game. Now they are kind of competing and collaborating, all right, and then there is some sort of, and then this is the entire session sort of plan. At session 1, 2 will focus on these things, some sort of reading material, that could be some sort of assignment to watch videos as well, publicly available videos and all of that. So the point is, students who take this course, they get a clarity that what are the expectations. The rules are clear. How the assessment evaluation criteria is also clear. There is specific instruction for all of it. For example, when I say evaluation, so I also mentioned that, hey, let's say this sort of metric, that when they are doing some sort of, almost they are rating their peers. So almost always above my expectation. If their peer is, always doing beyond their expectation, they will assign 0.4. Just to avoid all sorts of subjectivity or unfairness or bias. So clear-cut definition of all different points that they can get based on all these rubrics. It's peer rating rubric that I had created. So this is in a way a gamified course outline for our students. It is again in kind of consistent with this broader. If I say get back to this slide, all these different steps, So now what I'm doing, I'm not just teaching gamification. I'm actually gamifying the learning experiences for teaching gamification. And again, they are not just learning gamification, but they are learning concepts, but they have to also implement and gamify school students' learning experiences. So that is actually this field component. So then at the end of the semester, almost all of our students are at a level where they can be, gamification consultants. They have acquired that sort of skills where they can, in fact, go to any sort of organization, and then if they want to gamify their learning, they can do it. It's just that content knowledge they have to, understand. But the gamification part, they understand it because they have already implemented it, and they have designed for somebody else. They have not just designed, but they have implemented and evaluated. So they have actually lived this experience of gamification. That's what it is about. Now, for us collectively as our group, what we can do. So this is some sort of suggestions for all of you, that in your context, for the courses that you teach, you can also do the same. You can probably see the content will be different, of course, because somebody could be using, let's say, plasma physics, somebody could be using engineering math, somebody could be using, structural design, all different sort of things. But you can clarify learning goals, short term as well as long term, to your students. All right, and think about how game elements can be applied. All right, then how you will monitor and measure the progress and provide your students continuous feedback, and then broadly, how are you going to evaluate all of, just to make sure that they are engaged with the behaviors that you want them to be engaged with, not just rewriting or rereading some text written somewhere, right? So that is what you can also do. And for this, you also would need to prepare some sort of logic model. See, the outline of my course, it now looks a bit simple and straightforward, all right? But while designing, it was really sort of, I had to, tear my hair apart, because it's challenging. It's very difficult to come up with a logic model to that level where, if 50, 60 students take that course at a time, you are still able to manage all of it. So you need to have clarity about all these specific things for your institution, for your students, that what sort of learning behaviors you want them to pursue. Okay. What is day in and day out, what is it that they should be doing? And then how are you going to assess all of that? All right. And for that, to make sure that they do those learning behaviors, what sort of teaching learning you need to do? Because you now suddenly would need to change your pedagogy. So what sort of things you need to do? So that's the sort of broader idea. I will stop at this point, but I am open to discussion. I'm open to your comments, questions, if there is anything. Thank you so much for being so silent sort of participants, but I'll be happy to answer questions and hear your comments. You can hear me, right? Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, good morning. This is Dr. Jeeva from Bangalore.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, sir, I was just listening to the conversation on and off. I had to drop some time out. But I was there almost like 80% of your session and trying to understand like in what context this should be designed in academics. So probably if I missed something in between, I might be wrong. Like you just have to put me in frame. So I was also there when you were explaining this typical teaching learning practices. So, like I was also trying to connect something pertaining to the activities what we do in a B school. I'm a professor in the B school. We have more scope for customizing or designing the syllabus or the way we design the learning methods or practices. Now, when you were talking about the assessment practice, we don't have that much liberty. I was just trying to connect to that, model what you were trying to explain. Now, is there any possibility where we can design or incorporate, apart from the normal activities, like in a B school, this management fest, clubs, and sort of all these things are there. So I just wanted, like when you were explaining, I was trying to recall, in our school we had a method where we used to put a display board and make the teams, and every person would be given a credential or a star point. That used to be a color pin which the teacher used to put for all one good activity which would contribute to the whole class. So it could be anything from reading a story to teaching them a new skill or talking something new about a new place, because those days we didn't have Google or anything, so we had to go back, read newspaper and come back. Is it possible to design something at a postgraduate level? I mean, if you have any insights, it would be great.
You mean designing this sort of experience? So okay, so one.
I mean, connecting this gamification. I was just thinking rewards or points or something like that, which is like a visual board on the in the classroom, where I will have the student's name, because we have 60 students in a class, so that again is challenging.
Right.
But our teacher used to do this for a class of 65. So I feel like it is still possible somewhere. And all those students who never got any pins, color pins in the sense like red pin, green pin, they used to put there in front of our names, and it used to have a column and names on the horizontal side, first column. So is there something which we could still use a traditional method and do to motivate, because we have students from all walks of life here?
Correct. So one thing nowadays we can easily do is using some sort of e-platform. So, for example, I simply do some sort of spreadsheet share. I keep, I use Google Classroom with all the students, and then we have some sort of common spreadsheets shared with all the classroom participants. So, of course, physically, it could be too much of work, but in spreadsheet, the points and scores are visible to almost everyone. They cannot change or they cannot modify. Only I and my teaching assistants, we have the rights to modify that spreadsheet, but they can see it. They can see it right in front of their eyes that, okay, their progress, how their cohort, their team is progressing, where their team needs to work more. That's what they do. And then what I tend to do, I often give them multiple opportunities. So for example, I would keep one deadline. If certain teams or certain individuals have not done work as per expectations, then they are rated and then they get some points deductions. But if they want to revise their work again within time frame, then they can do it. That is another opportunity. So I give them a couple of other chances. Of course, with subsequent attempts, there will be some sort of deduction in points, but still they can improve their score. So those are the small things we can certainly do. And then, see, I understand one big difference especially in state university system would be, okay, there will be emphasis on 3-hour exam. Or probably end term exams or even mid-term exams. So of course, we even as faculty members, we cannot dilute. We can't really tell students, hey, that don't pay attention to it. They are supposed to pay attention to that. However, students and nowadays they do understand that it is in their interest to develop skills. And then eventually, especially at the graduate level, they are interested in getting good jobs. or even if when they're thinking about their own business, so they are even more serious about acquiring skills.
Right, right.
So then they also see that if I just you know remember some points and then become theoretical, that is not going to be on in of my interest. I have to acquire skills because for sustaining it in good job and in a good organization, one would certainly need strong skill set. So your GPA can help get you a good job, but your skill set will help you survive in that organization, or even thrive in that organization. So yeah, youngsters do understand this, and most are always willing to work for it if they get clear cut idea, clear cut guidelines, clear cut sort of objectives, and they also respond accordingly.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, I would like to ask, just in case you have a class where there are a few students who are substantially low on scores, and they are quite low in on their leaderboard, you encourage them to do well and try to compete with the ones that have already topped the table.
So one thing which is very important in that case is for them to understand why their score is low, where is the gap in learning, and what things they need to do to improve their sort of performance. So it's just that we often do not talk about that, but that clarity to learners is really important. So sometimes what I do, I sort of identify, even let's say in reflection paper, when I identify this 4 or 5 reflection papers are really good, and there are some other which are of really bad quality. So then I share this 4 or 5. Of course, I talk to the students, and then once that is okay, so then I share this 4 or 5 really good reflection papers with the rest of the class to set a benchmark, so that the rest of the class also gets an idea that hey, good quality work looks like this. So it also sets up some expectation. Of course, in my evaluation, I prepare a very sort of specific rubric where okay, there is some score given for synthesis of all the reading, there's some score given for the quality of writing, some score given for your original voice in writing, and all of it. But still, when I share this model sort of good sort of responses, high quality reflections, so the rest of the class also gets a hint that hey, this is what the professor expects from us. So we also better sort of work on our game. We also improve our quality of writing. Yeah, so that sort of benchmarking and setting up expectation is then very critical.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a point. So, like, I just saw this message from Aisha Zabin on the chat box where she's trying to say that very hands-on and plausible deliberation, I feel. I'm still in PhD, but I'm really looking forward to get on with this. And best wishes, Aisha. So she's asking a question like, why don't we include, why we are including only online game elements and why not offline indoor or outdoor games? So I just wanted to add a point like Aisha, we do use, and most of the B schools we try to incorporate, especially here in our place we have used certain outdoor games which are really connected with sales strategies and marketing strategies. So we design it, customize it, and we ensure students are there, and throughout the semester we try to do it as a 2 or 3 time activity once in a time. So I just wanted to add on a point on it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll clarify that because it was COVID situation. So otherwise, yes, our students go to real sort of schools, and then they, so our institute also runs this Smile Center where it's kind of after school program for for underprivileged kids. So usually that's what our students do. Our students design gamified learning experiences for these kids. However, because of this current pandemic situation, we had to rely on online classes. Otherwise, there was no sort of reason other than that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Also, just wanted to point out, if you want to share anything, or even let's say if you apply any of this to your experiences of teaching and learning, or if you have any other comments, questions, you can email to me. I'll be happy to respond to your email as well.
Yeah, any other question from the participants?
So what we understood from this session is being a faculty of engineering colleges, we assume that if our students get entered into IIMs, okay, so he will not suffer from any kind of failure in his professional career. That is the notion we hold actually.
No. We also want that you. No, I appreciate your comment, but yeah, I appreciate your comment, but of course, see, in my personal experiences, I often visit a lot of engineering colleges, and then because of out of my interest, and then broadly because I work in education area as well. A lot of faculty members do incredible stuff. I know that here from our local colleges. So there are some engineering institutes. Of course, they may not be known anywhere in the ranking, but for example, something very small thing like creating accessible projects, student projects. So this one faculty member, what she did, she kept a kind of available sort of small library of all sorts of great engineering student projects and faculty projects of that institute. So now, year on year, semester on semester, whosoever would take that course gets a really kind of clear-cut idea that what is expected out of a class project. And then I noticed that as semesters go by, the quality of projects would improve. And now that's that faculty member, some of them have also filed patents and all of that. So they do really incredible stuff that way. Just this small intervention of setting up expectations, benchmarking the high quality work, that has created this sort of year on year this improvement in quality. So broadly speaking, it's not actually a broadly gamifying everything. It's just one component of gamifying elements, and that has worked. So yeah, certainly there is a lot of scope for gamifying learning experiences of engineering students, and I wish you all the very, very best for that. And yes, yeah, that's the correct email address Dr. Madeline Cruz shared. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Professor Kathan, I have a query. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In a setups like IIMs, IITs, NITs, or other universities, autonomous institutes, where there's a flexibility with the academic autonomy.
Sorry, the volume.
So
yeah, can you please?
So can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you, yes.
A big challenge is if you leave aside institutes like IIMs, NITs, IITs, autonomous institutes, where there's a lot of academic autonomy is there, in contrast to other state universities, engineering colleges, where the faculty members are supposed to follow a very rigid structure in teaching learning process. So what do you have to say for those setups? what
Okay.
passage you would like to, what strategies they should adopt to go for adopting these strategies, so as to respect to follow a middle path sort of things.
Yeah. No, so certainly it's just that, so the entire thing, what I suggested, everything may not be kind of replicated right away. So that's why individual faculty members, individual educators need to be context sensitive. So depending upon your context, if you do not have liberty to, let's say, because I understand in state universities, you are not going to design any curriculum, you are not going to set up your exam papers also, because there is midterm exam, centralized, and then also the end term exam is highly centralized. So those components are there, but still there are ways of gamifying within your purview. For example, I just mentioned this one faculty member kind of set up quality benchmark for student projects, and then kind of gamified that how student projects can be even patented, and how, what is the way, what is the path for it, and then how this students who got really high quality projects, then she also connected with the industry, local industry. So now that institute has a kind of, the traction is there, even though it is affiliated with very rigid structure and then state university, but then there are elements of gamification. So again, this is just one example, but if you really want to do it, I think you can find a lot of interesting ideas to engage students meaningfully in their learning. But it will certainly depend on the institution and then what things you can do within that institution.
Sir, again, I had a question. No doubt, gamification can be done offline also, but there are several places where we, if we do it online, then we can actually see the children collaborating also. They can see their comparative scores also. So, do you have any, a particular way in which we who are non-programmers actually can create such online platforms?
So it's just that, see, you can, if you can create a platform for it for your purpose, that's great. But what I meant that you do not need technical skills for gamification, and then apply gamification for learning motivation. So for engaging students in learning, for that you do not need technology. That was my point. If you want to, you can certainly that will help. They will also see the leadership board, they will see the points, they will see who is doing where, they'll see all of it on this one big platform. All the information is right there. But nowadays, let's see things like Google platform, Google Classroom, things. There are platforms already available. It's just that it is up to you how you use this different elements of game design. If you do it online, there are some advantages, but then there is also downside. For example, we could not do this intervention in for underprivileged children, mainly because students, there were problem for access to device. Now we do not have budget to give devices to children, so suddenly we could not reach them. But in regular situations, if we do it offline, then we would be able to reach to underprivileged families as well. And that's what, then you will have a different learning as well, apart from going beyond the course. So yeah, there are some pros, some cons. But on the other hand, through online media, we were able to, then we also were able to create this WhatsApp groups where that was with any query, live project, because I am not going into the field for all we had 11 teams and then 5 students in one team. So, it was 55, 60 students of the class going in, working with different classes. So online helped me understand what they were doing right away without me going around in the field. So yeah, there are some advantages, some disadvantages. but the bottom line is learning. Is it happening or not? And then how engaged are our students? What are they learning? So that's the focus.
Thank you, sir.
Also, I saw one question about JS Parik about leadership board. Okay, so it's just that. Okay, so that's why you have to create an atmosphere that this is not kind of there is no sort of awards and punishment for it, and it's not for shaming people. So once you develop that, so then people make sense of it. Hey, that if I'm at the bottom of the leadership board, it does not mean I'm a loser. It means that these are certain things that I need to learn, and once I learn it, I can be also on the top. So that's what that's how usually we maintain leadership. We don't really rank them. We put them in different categories. That currently you are in sort of A category, B category, C category, something like that. We just had 3 categories. So in the C category, there was a lot of learning which needed to be done. So people can jump from C to B, B to A. A couple of groups also jump from A to B, but then they would know because they missed deadlines severely, and then that's why, because of penalty. So you can keep that fluid and then keep this message clear that it is not for what is the purpose of this. The purpose is that we need to know what we do not know and where we have to work on. And once you work on it, you can of course go to high level. Any other comments, questions?
Any other question from the participants? I think there's no more question.
All right, so thank you so much, everyone, once again for your enthusiastic participation. If there's anything, let me know. We'll be happy to see your emails. Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Arun, for this opportunity to share our work with all of you.
Thank you, Professor Kathan. Thank for your time. And we had a wonderful session. And you have shared your experience. You have given certain tips. And I'm sure many of us would be able to take these points and would be helpful in improving the engagement of the students in our session. Professor Kathan has dropped his mail in case you have any query. He has said he'll be ready to respond to your query afterwards also. Thank you so much, Professor Kathan, for your time, for your valuable inputs, for holding such an interactive session. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
And my
thank you
gratitude.
again.
Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Good.
Have a great day, everyone. Yeah.
I put a message in the shared a link with you in the WhatsApp group. Please mark your attendance for the day for this day. Day number 5.
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello.
Sir, I am Dr. Ravi Prakash Dwivedi from VIT Chennai.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, actually, I marked attendance for all 3 days, but one day when Muli ma'am's talk was there, suddenly I got disconnected. And after that, I couldn't able to attend the next session. So just I requested.
Are you talking of day number 1, 2, or 3, or 4, or 5?
3, sir. Day number 3.
All right, because we have been, sharing that link in every class, in every session.
Okay.
Okay, you just drop me a message. All right.
Okay, sir.
Direct
Okay, sir.
message me. I'll share the link for day number 3.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Welcome.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, we are not in the WhatsApp group.
Message is being shared in the chat box as well. Let me know in case you have missed that link for any day.
Sir, today's link.
Today, okay. May I request someone to please copy that message from the WhatsApp group and put it here, please? Anyone who is listening?
So I usually would do, but
Yes, sir.
my
I will do
phone
that.
is not having.
All right, all
Yeah,
right.
thank
Thank you, Manish.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It has been done.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Because Manish is doing it. Yeah, it's done. It's done.
Arun sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, how about your our arrangement for exam today or tomorrow?
I think let's have it on Sunday.
Sir, you are kept on extending it. Okay, Sunday no
No,
issues. What will be the time?
Actually,
No problem, sir.
I proposed it on Saturday evening at 7 p.m. Then there was a request from one of the participants that he would be traveling.
Okay.
Then maybe we can have it on Saturday at 8 p.m. or maybe on Saturday in the morning or on Sunday in the morning.
So would you give us some time limit to complete the test, or is it that all of us simultaneously should do that?
So in one go.
Okay.
So what would be the total duration, sir?
I've still to
Sunday
work
morning
out,
better.
but maybe to 30 questions, MCQ, true, false, and so on.
Oh, okay. So 1 hour, huh?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes would be appropriate for 30
Maybe
questions.
40, 45 minutes.
Even I mean, as a faculty, we shouldn't say that. But still, even if it is like we are checking answers and writing and finishing the test, 30 minutes should be sufficient. And Saturday night is something nice to finish, sir, so that Sunday off we could all be little calm and just relax.
Okay. What do you say?
I agree, sir. On Sunday, I am busy.
Saturday 8 p.m.
No issue, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir, that
what-
should be fine. I think all
Yes.
of us can make some time and finish it.
All right. So next session we are going ahead at 12 noon. And then the session which could not be held yesterday, that has been rescheduled at 3:30.
Okay.
Right? Or we can have a sort of a valedictory function. It's more likely it's going to be, I want that let's have a open discussion in the valedictory function. Let it be it should be happen in a very informal manner, so that whatever the good outcomes of this meeting and these deliberations, they should be taken beyond this FTP. There should be some scope for collaboration, working together, generating new ideas, writing research projects, maybe diversifying what you are doing, or maybe creating a value addition to what you are doing, and so on.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sure.
Sir, if I may request Arun, sir.
Yeah.
So we are also organizing ATAL FDP on technology management, and thanks for all the support, sir. Attending your session has given me a lot of insights and how I could go ahead. So if you permit me, I will share the invitation here in the link sometime after the session or somewhere towards the end of the session.
Sure, ma'am. Please share the link with others also. Yeah.
Yeah,
in the
definitely.
group.
Yeah, I will just put the attachment of the brochure and without disturbing the session. And thank you for permitting, sir, because I am doing this for the first time.
All right, ma'am. My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Sir,
So
back
let's
to exam. Whether you are very strict fellow or flexible. And you are saying, when you say MCQ itself, when you say MCQ, you are very much critical. Nook and corner we should know if we want to write MCQ.
I lay more emphasis on learning.
Okay.
Rest everything is taken care of.
Oh. Still, you didn't tell how will be the criticality of the question paper. Okay, let's try our luck.
In the last 5 days, we are learning many things, and we have learned that okay, we have to give more, emphasize on the learning rather than okay, evaluating students. So I think sir may do the same thing.
Absolutely correct.
Just relax,
Sir,
ma'am,
you
relax.
give us a practical exam. We will do it better than writing.
Just believe
So now we
because
can understand the exam fever of students. So the same
Yeah.
thing we are also feeling.
Yes, yes.
we
Because
have
it is
we
a
have one.
condition now that we should gain this much mark. That's the problem.
Just leave aside this. I have some another activity that has been planned
Oh,
so that we can. What we'll be doing is uh, as shared in the beginning also, but somehow it could not be materialized. Reason being, many people registered and still many of them they were not able to join.
join,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is probably I'm going to share the details in the valedictory function only. There are about 90 plus participants, and we are going to have a team formation, right?
Okay.
And and each team is going to have three participants, and this team formation is done in a very random manner. It's done by the computer itself. Yeah.
Okay.
And what you can have to do is you have to collaborate at your own level, and you have to see take any challenge, any problem, any situation related to anything, maybe in the classroom or any business, marketing, anything, any situation, maybe environment, plantation, water conservation, electricity conservation. So so as a group you have to propose a solution weaving around how you can make use of gamification, right?
Okay. So what
And
time is this, sir?
yeah, you'll be given ample time, maybe next week,
Okay, okay, fine. And
maybe by
valedictory is at what time, sir?
valedictory is just an informal session. We are going to have discuss only all these things only,
Okay, okay, fine.
right?
So
And
till what time it will go on, sir?
maybe we can start at 3 and till 3:30. 3:30 we are going to have another session.
Okay, fine. And the other session, what we missed yesterday, that is at what time, sir?
Yeah,
3:30.
3:30.
3:30. And valedictory is after the session.
No, before it.
Valedictory. This is valedictory. I mean, let's make the valedictory to be very informal.
Okay,
It's just a sort of a
discussion.
gathering, deliberations only we are going to have. I mean, there is
Okay,
no formal function that has been planned.
okay, fine, sir. So the reason why I asked you is 4:30 sharp, we have to vacate the desk. They come to sanitize, so I have to shift from laptop to phone. So I was just checking the timing. Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
that's okay. That you can do it as
I'll
your
manage.
convenience
I'll manage,
because
sir.
the
Thank you.
contents are available online also. So
Okay.
due to any reason, break in the connectivity, there's any issue, the
Yeah,
contents
I'll just text you, sir.
the contents would be always visible. It's there on YouTube. They are going to
Okay.
remain there forever, forever.
No, I want to be part of the valedictory also. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
So let's take a break and we'll be meeting again at 12.
Okay, sir.
All right, all right.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you.
The brochure has been put in the chat box. If you are interested to attend the FDPs, just take a look. And Atal has increased the FDP for 4 now. Yes, sir. Somebody is speaking.
Can you can you share it in the WhatsApp also, because since we if we log it out from
Yeah,
this,
I
then we
will
won't be
just
able to see that.
take permission of Arun sir and post there, sir. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
post sir in
sure.
some time soon. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
A very, very good afternoon. Dr. Muruganantham, can you
Yeah,
hear
I'm here. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you make me presenter of my another connection, because the connection which you made is for the purpose of seeing the messages as well as the flow.
All right, all right. Just a minute, sir.
Thank you.
So, can you load your presentation now?
Yeah, now it's perfect. One moment, I will make.
Yeah, it's visible. Your presentation is visible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fine. So please intimate when I have to start. Okay.
Yeah, first of all, let me introduce you to the participants. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay.
A very, very good afternoon to all the participants. Welcome to session number 2 on day 5. So the speaker for the day is Professor Dr. Muru Ganantham. Welcome, sir, to this session. And first of all, it's my honor and privilege to introduce to the participants the speaker for this session, Professor Dr. Muruganantham Ponusamy. Presently, he is working as registrar of St. Gates Group of Institutions. He is one of the subject expert and resource person of National Board of Accreditation, approved valuer machinery and plant, chartered engineer. He is holding 5 Indian patent journal publication, which includes improvement of trivial and secure IoT device management and eliminating security issues in IoT using blockchain. He mentored more than 75 faculty development programs in outcome-based education. Recipient of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University OBE FTP funding. Participated in peace engineering in New Mexico USA, active member in American Society for Engineering Education, academic auditor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Kerala, research interest in renewable solar energy resources, autonomous vehicles, and engineering education, in addition to the emerging technologies of IoT and blockchain. He has acquired International Credit Career Coach Level 1 certification from Career Development Alliance, USA, serving as National Executive Council member for Indian Society for Technical Education. He is nominated by AICTE to serve as Darshak, that is mentor to engineering colleges to streamline the SOPs to acquire NBA. Selected as a program evaluator candidate of Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology, USA. Uh, he has delivered a lot of expert talks in AICTE TCube sponsored FTP, STTP in this pandemic situation. Welcome, sir, to this session. And he is going to talk about the unveiled truth of gamification. So, till now, we have been looking at one aspect of gamification, and Dr. Muru Ganantham is going to share his thoughts on other side of the gamification, because many of people view gamification as unethical. So he's going to deliberate on ethical and unethical part of gamification. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Arun, for your brief introduction, and it is a very good group gathered here. I am watching right from the morning, and everybody is having a lot of enthusiasm as well as active participation. It's really appreciable, right? So, as you mentioned, I am going to discuss something regarding the gamification in the other side of the coin, right? So, actually, if you are talking about gamification, for the past 5 days, we are talking much things about this gamification. Actually, gamification has increasingly become part of our daily life. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are using, right? And its use is growing in the business world as well. Regardless of age, everyone loves games. They can get us to do just about anything and have a great motivational value. That's what you might see from past speakers regarding the Volkswagen demonstration about the piano stairs. I am sure you might see. So the psychology already has a definition of intrinsic motivation, and it means the thing is pleasurable, enjoyable for its own sake without external rewards. In other words, it is the opposite of something that is pleasurable because of the rewards. See, whether the dopamine, I seen the schedule, you had one medical expert also in the past, I think 2 days back. So whether the dopamine is involved has very little to do with whether something is intrinsically motivating, extrinsically motivating, or something in between, right? Where we can go in any manner. So one big problem with respect to gamification and education is that well-designed games, actual games, are intrinsically motivating. That is rewarding to play. Sometimes those games have what appears to be extrinsic rewards, though in good games they function primarily as feedback, not motivators. So the act of getting better at the game, intrinsically rewarding, right? This is what game designers build for. But gamification, on the other hand, is the act of applying game mechanics to non-game things. And those mechanics are always in the form of virtual or tangible rewards, which means extrinsic, right? I am sure you know. And while many say, so what if it creates engagement, right? Why does it matter whether it is coming from extrinsic or intrinsic motivators? But unfortunately, science, if you care about the decades of research, hundreds of studies, dozens of independent researchers, whatever so, has demonstrated a counter initiative and in many cases extremely damaging effect when extrinsic motivators, for example, we can say carrot or stick, which are used the things which are, or we can say it is intrinsically motivating. So it is complicated to look at gamification as well as education unless you qualify it, we qualify it. If by gamification someone actually means using actual games, then there is typically no conflict of motivators. If the game inspires actual learning and it is voluntarily to play and it is intrinsically pleasurable, no demotivation occurs. It is intrinsic, right? Whether the learning itself is intrinsically rewarding or we can say playing the game is a whole different thing. These are the two extreme cases. And there is not a lot of evidence that many enjoyable games also produce transferable learning. So a game that is built in such a way that the thing, right, that the thing learned in the game is the learning goal, then it is beautiful. Simulators, maybe we can say best example. But this has nothing to do, right, with gamification. Gamification adds a layer of game mechanics to non-games, and if those mechanics involve rewards points that act as extrinsic motivators, etc., then there is the same demotivating problem as forcing someone to learn unless the mechanics are used for learning things that are not pleasurable, like tedious rote memorization. So things you just have to slow though, but that nobody actually finds interesting and enjoyable on its own. Then the extrinsic rewards cannot decrease intrinsic pleasure since there is none, right? So this what I am thought about discuss with you people. Over a century ago, right? The history you people knows very well. The Italian physician named Maria Monticelli came up with this kind of things, right? But she made some 5 principles as a key principle. Respect for children in the case of education, respect for children, the importance of sensitive learning periods, prepared environments, teachers as facilitators of knowledge and self-education. So this is the starting stage where we discussed, where we found something regarding this gamification. So today's talk, what I thought of discussing with you people, every story is having 2 sides like a coin. So as the introducer mentioned, as Professor Arun mentioned, you seen lot of activities, lot of financial benefits, mental benefits by using the gamification for the past many days. And I thought of talking something which is related with the other side of the coin, which is unethical side, right? Let us hope I may able to deliver something in this aspect in the next 1.5 hours. When we talk about the gamification, right? How we are going to work with gamification? Have you ever tried to set your own record time while working on a boring task? Try to beat your previous commute time in that case. Whether can you do half-an-hour session or reward yourself after finishing such a project? So there will be some way of questions will arise if you are looking into micro level. When we talk about the lifestyle, right? See, when we say gamification, again, we are turning a task into a game to motivate ourselves or yourself to finish it. In other words, we can say you apply the fun and the additive elements developed by some game designers to real world activities. Of course, we've seen n number of examples, real-time examples, including today's morning session. Right, how it is working, I hope this kind of things explained in the session which handled by the medical expert. right? As you get points and other rewards, achieve new levels with new challenges, right? Seeing our name on a scoreboard and explore new quests, right? Our brain becomes excited and releases the dopamine in the mesolimbic pathway, right? The reward pathway, right? The reward pathway, which generally mentioned the term as mesolimbic pathway, right? Which creates higher motivation and makes us chase after a reward. Once we get the reward, we are not going to stop. We are going to explore in a more way, right? Beyond points, right? If you're talking about beyond points, we are having batches, leaderboards, right? Several stages we are having. How it is affecting, how it is reflecting, right? When we say how it is going to use, right? The presence of novel activity which is triggering the dopamine, right? When it triggers the dopamine, it will create a higher motivational state. The higher creation of motivational stage will fuel the engagement as well as priming neurons, so that we are able to make that particular activity in a higher involvement. So every time we are inducing such kind of neurons in our brain, right? So in other words, we can say how we are making attraction, we can say like this. This can be epic meaning and calling. If you are saying epic meaning and calling, this kind of gamification make us believing we are taking part in something bigger than ourselves by giving a mission to ourselves. We are always feeling such kind of way, right? Again, when you talk about the development and accomplishment, right? We are wired to love challenge. That is the generic mentality of every human. If the challenge is followed by a reward, if it generates a sense of accomplishment, that is often missing in many real life tasks. So the sense of getting closer to our goal and achieving it can be provided by breaking our challenge into several stages and showing our progress. When we say our progress, the progress will be points, right, gems, levels, and whatnot. And if you are talking about the creativity, right, as creative begins, right, humans are inspired by chances to bring their imagination to life. One of the simplest examples can be a variety of customizable visual themes in a game, right? When we talk about ownership, right, virtual goods and money appeal to our intrinsic desire. Already I told about intrinsic as well as extrinsic, to accumulate the wealth. When we talk about the social influence, or when we talk about scarcity and impatience, or even unpredictably and curiosity. At the same time, the loss and avoidance, right? So these are some incredibility attractions in gamification. If you are talking about good, we are having n number of things. When we think about why gamification is bad, right? See, the biggest shortcomings with gamification is the focus on short-term gains versus long-term needs. Of course, nowadays we are using gamification in huge level in business. As we look at some of the engagement elements of gamification points, badges, and leaderboards, it is clear they can provide an increase in engagement when implemented into enabled program. When I say enabled program, again, it is related with so many of you which you gathered here, because I am seriously believing most of you all belongs to either management or computer science related area people. So when we talk about this gamification, right, that too with some loyalty program for a brand, right? What is the reason behind this? These are all to retain the customers. Second thing, for making the business in an improved way, or we can say increase the sale, right? So these are some factors we are forced to implement these kind of techniques in our day-to-day activities, right? Have you heard about this particular terminology which is called PBL? We may hear about PBL is for the purpose of project-based learning, right? Now I am coming and saying there is another type of way which is called as place-based learning. What do you mean by place? It is where we are from, it is where we are going, right? It asks for our attention and care. If we pay attention, place as much to teach us. I hope maybe some of you tried this place-based training in your academic activities. We have all experienced the power of place, right? So what we can get something from this area, right? Similarly, you may hear about the topic which is called as competency-based education, right? When we say competency-based education, what are the benefits you are going to get, and how this gamification is applicable in that particular place, right? So like that, we can segregate this place-based learning in several categories. So if you are talking about the competency-based education, the competency-based education is implying leaving behind the A to F grading scale and designing instruction that includes explicit, measurable, transferable learning objectives. What is the purpose? To empower students with specificity in their learning, and its best enables them to move at their own pace. It is also emphasizing, right? It is also emphasizing the same departure of other modern pedagogy in that students create knowledge and the ability to use that knowledge going forward in their career also. So this particular competency-based education is impacting credentialing, mastery, and assessment. And second one, personalized learning. When we talk about personalized learning, for the past several centuries, right? I can say centuries, we are having such kind of activity in our country. But as on date, whether we are having such kind of personalized learning and whether we are applying gamification in personalized learning. So the personalized learning is a mindset and approach to teaching that focuses on meeting each learner where they are and tailoring a curriculum that considers the specific individual's interest, prior knowledge, as well as the skill level, and of course the phase. Such a demand on the teacher requires sophisticated usage of technology in a combination of personalized, blended online learning with the implementation of gamification, right? And if you are talking about PBL, project-based learning, so it is a known topic for the academic people. So it is an instructional approach where traditional direct classroom instruction and tests are replaced by authentic and other kind of things. So this is also one of the subcategory of place-based learning. When we talk about social emotional learning, SEL, right? It is the commitment to include a framework of essential skills and dispositions that complement academic.
Sir, I think someone's mic is on. Please mute it.
దానికి మనం సేవ చేయాలి దానికి మనం సేవ చేయాలా
Raghav sir, kindly mute your mic.
Raghav sir.
Hello, Raghav M.
Okay, fine. So when we talk about social emotional learning, SEL, right? See, these learners acquire and effectively apply their skills necessary for self-regulation. It is purely for the self-regulation and managing and talking about emotions, forming relationships, setting goals, and demonstrating empathy during their learning, right? If you are talking about STEM, right, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, it is purely in our category where we are using such kind of activity, or in the future of tech as well as the work. When we talk about gamification, we cannot avoid big data, IoT, of course, artificial intelligence, coding. In addition to that, nowadays the blockchain also available. So are we utilizing these technologies? Yes, in most of the occasions, either one or more number of technology of IoT or big data or blockchain or AI or computer science and coding, right? We are supposed to use any one or more number of these technologies. So in this category, what difference make? So if you are talking about the difference, so we are in need of new learning priority center around making a difference, right? If you are combining at least more number of important issues together, and if you are going to give a solution, then it will make a difference, right? So what difference we are making in this kind of activities, and how our gamification is helping the individuals as well as the society, right? So when we say the learning with games, right? Say learning with games, gamification is a concept. It is everyone can accept. I think it came in the year of 2003 with a lot of modification. Now it's implemented in several industries, MNCs. See, when we think about learning with games, right? The first priority we can go for changing the psychology of learning. It is a widely accepted fact that casinos, you might hear about that. But gamification can lead, right, similar to these casinos, right, or other good things, right, results in the field of learning. Why? We are learning something from a bad sector which is not acceptable by the society in a major way, in a major places. So are we able to apply such kind of psychology, right, in our educational field? Second thing, putting theory into practice. How can we put such kind of theories into our learning style or in our day-to-day activity? The best way to learn a theory or concept is by putting into practice. And that's preciously what gamification promotes. For example, many schools have begun to implement computer science and other similar subjects into their courses, right? However, these lessons are generally confined to understanding the theoretical backing of the subject. In many cases, the students are never even given the chance to sit in front of a computer. I am saying in a majority cases. There are some exemplary cases also available, right? So gamification or gamifying allows students to experience the real world ramifications of their actions and provides them an accessible learning path to tricky subjects such as coding. So are we doing in a real way, in a major way? The third one, offering immediate feedback, right? See, most of the students rely on homework, tests, and exams, as the speaker morning mentioned, as the medium through which they receive feedback on a subject. The issue with this model is that the students end up waiting several days, even some cases several months, several weeks, before they find out how they did and where they can improve. By that point, any interest they may have had in correcting their mistakes and learning from the experience has likely faded away. So gamification overcomes this issue. That is also we people discussed, we people seen in the past 5+ days, right? So these are the few thoughts when we think about learning with the games gamification, right? I want take an example, you might hear about this Deloitte, right? Deloitte is having a very good things, right? Especially in the gamification, right? If you are talking about this Basin by Deloitte's infographic, that to meet the modern learner, right? It is having several concepts. Why I say several concepts? Based on them, right? 75% of the workers, right, state that they are stressed at work. 75%. If you are talking about 67% of the workers are having unthird head, right? If you are talking about more than 70% are impatience, 57% and more are distracted, right? These are the generic psychology survey from the employers throughout the world, which is done by these Deloitte. Of course, only 1% or less than that, right? Typical work week to focus on training and development, which means the training and development section or the sector is much required this particular gamification. So the result, what is the result? The employees are not remembering what they are supposed to do, right? They are supposed to do what? Why? The lack of training. In that sector, in that sense, right? What they are suggesting is learning needs to be micro. So when we say learning needs to be micro, right? When we say learning is needed where in a micro nano level, right? So the central theme, what this particular Deloitte is mentioning is most learners won't watch videos longer than 4 minutes, right? If you are going for a gamification with a video concept, right? It should not go more than a minute. That's what most of the proven researchers are saying. When we say workplace, right? These modern workers or modern employees are unprecedented independence on the job. Their workplaces need to allow them a productive working environment, right? Are we providing our students in such a way so that they may come up? And of course, this mobile learning unknowingly or unexpectedly, the entire country is accepted and we are executing in our day-to-day life. In the next one, time for learning. Why people are spending 1% on their training and development? Why they are not attracting to go for training and development to improve their skills? The missing concept of attraction, right? Missing concept of the gamification. Or if you are talking about what is the intention of the employees, again, it's a big question mark. When we talk how much people are working really well, this is another proven research. Only 38% of people feel they have access to long-term development at work, right? Our economy is starting at a big problem coming down, but still only 38% of the people are having such a feeling in their mindset. So what is required? Point of need, what is the point? So 70% of employees access answers to on-the-job questions through search engines. Even if you are going to implement such kind of gamification, 70% and more employees or 70% and more participants are accessing answers only through search engines. Only 30% less people are participating or involving in an ethical way, right? Because the world is entirely changed into online, right? I can say entire, mostly, right? So in that sense, if you are going to make such kind of activities through active gamification, the proven research is saying 70% and above participants are answering only by referring such kind of engines, search engines, right? So how we are going to solve this? You might hear about this forgetting curve, right? What do you mean by forgetting curve? The forgetting curve shows how information is lost over time when you don't try to retain it. If it was not for the forgetting curve, our learners could take an e-learning unit once and it would stick in their brains first time. But life would be boring if everything was that easy. So in a funny way, we are lucky to have the forgetting curve. You might see, right? It is made. It is done by a German psychologist over few decades. Maybe I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it is 19th century, right? See, now the contrary to appearance of this particular thing, right? Didn't invent a fun slide. Actually, what this particular inventor did is, discovered is the nature of memory loss over time. See, the graph which you are seeing is illustrating exactly what is forgetting curve, right? If you are getting a training, if you are getting attracted to do something, right, and if you are doing the first time, right, or the first time, and if you are not repeating the same, right, the remembered percentage will go down over the period of days. That's what mentioned in that graph. But if you are giving again one more time, if you are giving review second time, if you are giving review third time, then the remembrance level, right, will in higher percentage. But the problem is, if you are asking the people to come for review in the same procedure, people won't come. So here, which I mentioned earlier, the personalized gamification learning. Because the human nature will differ person to person. The characteristics will differ person to person as well as situation to situation. In that scenario, if you are going to make a gamification model, that too common to most of the people will not work properly, and it will not come in ethical side also, that we will discuss in the later slides, right? So in that situation, I thought of sharing one question for the participants to know about their background, which category you belongs. A small introduction to all of the people, right? I given a link in your chat box, meeting chat. You click it and give your polling, or you can go to mendy.com, right? You can go to mendy.com by using the code 5366382. You please make the poll. Wow, very good response, right? So the gamification is not meant for a specific branch of graduate, right? A specific field for any person. Anyone can do, anytime we can do, anywhere we can do, right? Even though the program is organized by electronics professor, right? The participants belongs to computer science. I of course, there is a person from civil and allied area also. And 8 people mentioned that they belongs to some other category which I didn't mention. So here I mentioned only few categories: circuit branches, computer science, mechanical, civil, chemical and food as a separate one, other category, and of course I added the healthcare also, which is required more individual attention in these days. So among these 50 plus participants, almost 16 participants polled so far. Among the 16, 10 belongs to other category and 5 belongs to computer science and allied, and 1 person from civil and allied. Unfortunately, none from chemical, food and healthcare. I thought few people might be there. Okay, the code is also mentioned in the slide itself, 5366382. Vidya Sagar Kumar. Thank you, Bennett, for your updation. I can wait for another 20 seconds so that the remaining participants can also participate. I found a few people are utilizing mobile phone. Maybe it is difficult for you to shift immediately from this window to Mendy.com window. Okay, it is an unexpected thing. Many people belongs to other category. Okay, then I have to give another poll to know which area they belongs to. Okay, let us wait for another 10 seconds. Then we can continue the discussion. Right. I will do one thing. I will keep open of this poll till end of today, till end of the day. Right. So you can continue. You might easily understand why I asked to get introduction of yourself at the end of session, because I am having another 2 more polling. By seeing the polling as well as making the poll, you can understand the correlation between the first poll and the last poll. Right. Let us continue the remaining slides. Give me a moment, I will shift. Where is my screen? Yes, right. No. So what I said is, I told about place-based learning. Second thing I told about the various concepts I told. Then I came up with I am coming up with this confidence-based learning. Of course, the entire gamification is giving confidence to the participants. There is no question about this. See, learners often feel like getting the right answer is enough. Even if they got 50%, right, they still passed, right? Of course, in our conventional mode of writing examination also, most of our students are having a feeling that if they are getting 50%, that is enough, that is enough for getting pass. But barely passing won't improve performance. According to Dr. James Bruno's work, right, there is a clear connection between learner confidence and learner performance. Right. When we say confidence, right, I can insulate a graph, confidence versus knowledge, right? There are several factors. When we say uninformed, right, or we can say doubt or misinformed. I hope the participants are often hearing about this term mastery for the past 5+ days. See, what can business take away from his research is, right, we can improve only performance through mastery knowledge that the learner is confident about and 100% correct also. Any other learner category, misinformed category or uninformed category or even doubt category, right? They are passing with maybe 50% or 40%, right? Or they are hesitate to correct their mistakes. So the misinformed quadrant, right? If anybody is falling in the misinformed quadrant, is what we refer to as the danger zone. Not only are they error prone, but they believe they are making the right decision. Their business lost productivity because someone down the line needs to fix the error, or even worse, they damage product or client relationship. So like that, this particular person came up with this concept which is called as confidence-based learning. So are we incorporating these kind of learnings when we go for designing and developing such a gamification, right? I am just digging the thought process of gamification is excellent, right? Again, if you are looking the confidence-based learning, right? if you are looking the confidence-based learning. If anybody is doing one time, already I told, they will lose all their grasping knowledge over the period of time. Say after 30 days, nothing will be there. Suppose if a person does the same thing in different ways of gamification, right, at least for 3 to 5 times, then they are keeping that task or the activity for a long time of life. That's what the gamification is giving a positive thought. But we might hear about this simulation learning, right? As the name suggests, simulation training is the creation of true to life learning environment that mirrors real life work and scenario. Trainees can put real knowledge and skills into practice not just by reading books on theory or listening to lectures, but through physical hands-on activity. So here I am saying physical hands-on activity. So this type of training is so effective as it takes into account several of the learning styles preferred by different learners. Not everyone learns visually or through auditory materials. And simulation-based training also considers the needs of kinesthetic learners who flourish through practical exercises. Again, the gamification is implemented in these kind of activities. So the simulation-based training is a highly effective way of transferring key skills to trainees in a cost-effective manner. It provides an optimum way for employers to access how well their trainees are putting skills into practice and the decisions they are making in front of, we can say, simulated real life situations. So learning in a safe and managed environment provides essential hands-on experience that integrates key theoretical concepts with interactive computer simulated situations. Of course, we all know game-based learning, right? I am not going to elaborate in much way because I am sure that the past 4-day speakers spoke a lot about this game stuff, right? Then, as I mentioned earlier, gamification. So the use of gaming elements integrated into training program aligned with corporate goals to promote change in behavior. When we say change in behavior, right, the change in behavior is involving with individuals, right? If you are saying such kind of gameplay, right, there are several factors involved in it. What the science is saying, gameplay improves the retention of learning. Of course, it is true. We are saying this in other terms as PBL, project-based learning, or place-based learning. Gameplay gives the timeout learners needed, right? Or the fact 3, fun factor. The fact gameplay appeals to all generations, cultures, and genders. At the beginning, I told the gamification is attracting most of the people irrespective of the age, right? If you are looking in depth, right, what actually it is happening? If you are introducing a gamification, how many people will take part? The best example I can show the first poll, right? In the first poll, I given a questionnaire about the branch of graduation. 50+ participants are here, but only less than 40% of the people participated. But the survey is telling only 20%, right? This is the proven statement. In my previous poll, only 40% people are participated, and the world on an average 20% is happening. So 72% of knowledge workers are choosing gameplay, but participation is a question mark. Okay. Whether the rewards helping, how much it is helping, if it is a business and if it is a sales, the reps are 30% level. Other knowledge workers are again very low level, right? So like that, there are several proven records or researchers are showing. Suppose if a person is involved with such kind of gamification, right? Yeah, Vidyasagar is mentioning, if you make it compulsory, then participation can improve. Of course, it is true, right? Always there is a requirement of external force, right, for the better introduction of a brand or a product. If you make the taste of the product, then the voluntary participation will increase. In other words, we can say mouth advertisement. In a layman way, I can say the college admissions in different category of places as well as quality level. Okay, when we go for making as a deadline, right? Until unless if they are getting beneficial, right, in terms of revenue, in terms of fame, right? These are the two sparkling items. Either the individual has to get fame or the individual has to get reward in terms of finance. I am saying majority wise. So if it is not such kind of rewards, people will not come for participating. But the question, if you are giving a reward in terms of finance, people will start thinking that, right, whether it is a perfect one legally, will they give reward back as they published? So such kind of questions will come over. Again, the participation range will go down. Suppose if you are assuming a closed room, for example, academic class, and if you are asking the students compulsorily to take part in such kind of gamification, here the reward is the student faculty relation, which goes to getting in terms of internal marks as well as other beneficiaries, right? So everything will come into the mindset of participants. So if at all they understand the taste, if at all they understand the rewards, right, then it will go in a higher way. Similarly, these leaderboards, right, you might discussed a lot. Again, 40% of the learners check their leaderboard daily, until unless it gives individuals benefit. Right, sorry, repetition. So in what category the people are looking? For example, I come up as retail associates as well as professional sales, right? In the case of professional, the leaderboard views are above 50%, but in the case of retail, as of now, it is in lesser value. When you talk about coaches, right, 93% of the learners opt to select a specified coach. There is a mistake I made here, AA, right? So in a gamified learning environment, learner is respond better to the term coach. Of course, right? Even when we go for choosing the guide or institute, right, we are specific term, right? So employees care about their progress. Yes, of course, but the percentage. Only 60% of the time learners opt to take extra training. Right, the next one. how can we go for this personalized gamification? See, the next generation of gamification provides an intimate, personalized user experience that encourages behavioral change. As I told at the beginning, are we involved with any such kind of project or research for personalized gamification? In future, in the next generation, it is there. Actually, it combines behavioral insight, big data, of course, neuroscience, definitely psychology, to understand the user's frame of mind while performing an activity. So with an appropriate framework or ecosystem in place, gamification can deliver a compelling experience to the users, right? So here, if you are talking, we have to track the activities, right? When we go for doing such kind of personalized gamification, we have to go for tracking the activities. So in the gamified context, every activity is tracking, right? For example, in a financial planning app, financial goals, money spent, okay, areas where it's spent, right? The number of times the app was accessed. So we have to track continuously various activities. Similarly, we have to classify the user personality. Okay, what is the type of persons are going to use this, right? Then we have to go for analyzing big data. Unfortunately, only very few people belongs to computer science here, right? It is important to understand the user and the preference, right? So the behavioral change, if you want to make a proper machine learning coding, right, we need millions of data. What is the framework, behavioral framework? Again, the big question. What is the motivation required the individual? What is the mindset? What is the emotional condition, right? For example, we can say like this, a user may not have opened a self-management health app because he is busy with work or may have lost interest. We are just introducing a self-management health app. You just recall when Government of India announced every citizen of India is supposed to install Arogya Setu app, right? How many of the Indians installed as on the date? So again, these kind of some issues are involved along with this. So what we are required, the need of the hour, see where they need it, when they need it, how they are going to like to or access our gamification. See, we are in a self-service culture. Our employees or workers are expected to be able to look up the answer and dig deeper to learn more. So the organization must adopt this, right? If the organization wants to adopt this, and how we are going to implement, and if you are implementing, because already so many MNCs are started implementing, right? What are the problems will come? Problem sense towards the next side of the coin, ethics, right? When we talk about ethics, we cannot omit environmental ethics. See, environmental ethics is the philosophical discipline that considers the moral and ethical relationship of human, right, to the environment. See, while ethical issues concerning the environment have been debated for centuries, environmental ethics didn't emerge as a philosophical discipline till 1970s. Its emergence was the result of increased awareness of how the rapidly growing world population was impacting the environment as well as the environmental consequences that came with the growing use of pesticides technology industry. See, when I say technology and industry, it is directly involved with the participants. We are going to do something in the technology as well as industry, right, as a gamification expert. So environmental ethics helps define man's moral and ethical obligations towards the environment. But human values become a factor when looking at environmental ethics. Human values are the things that are important to individuals, right, that they then use to evaluate actions or events. When I say human values are the things that are important to individuals that they then use to evaluate actions or events, and when we go for implementing gamification, we are supposed to receive n number of datas. Based on the datas, we are inducing the mindset of human to execute our target and how we are going to use the datas, and based on the actions we are going to evaluate the individual whether their actions are correct or not, right? For example, a person living in a poverty in an undeveloped country, right, is going to cut the tree for making a farmland, right, for their family. Is it ethical? By knowing itself, the fossil fuels, burning of fossil fuels are making pollution to the air we are doing. Is it moral? Is it ethical to build a hydroelectric dam knowing that this will disturb the migration pattern of certain fish leading to their extinction? Does a mining company have a moral obligation to restore the natural environment destroyed by their mining techniques? Now you will ask a question, sir, where the gamification is coming here, right? These are all involved with several sector people, right? Top level, medium level, moderate level, or low level. Everywhere we are thinking of incorporating gamification, right, for improving the activity. I am not talking only about the education sector. So these four variety of questions I am just putting in your mindset to think in depth. Now don't give answer now, we will discuss at the end of session if at all required, right? So when we talk about these human values, right, this climate change, pollution, conservation, energy, right, when you say climate change, it might be global warming, fossil fuel, sea level rise, greenhouse gas, we can say like that. When we talk about pollution, air, light, noise, even water, when we talk about toxins, right, pesticides, heavy metals, toxic waste, when we talk about waste, lot of landfills, recycling, incineration, right? When you talk about intensive farming, of course, the same type of issues are there. So I specifically taken here climate change, energy, pollution, toxins, intensive farming, right? For mapping this. Give me a moment. I will put the second one. Oh my God. Sorry. Give me a moment. The question is, how do you monitor, right? Yeah, I posted in your meeting chat. I hope you are able to access it, right? How do you monitor progress, assuming that you are doing a project where 5 departments and 56 colleagues are involved, right? You please answer on the first site itself. Don't think much. Oh my God, already few people answered. Right? 4 people, 5 people, 2 people measure performance through performance appraisal, provide inputs and monitor behavior. Nobody is choosing watch over employees and their activity. Why? Many people posted for interact with employees and discuss their viewpoints. Okay, I made only one condition. Just read it on the first site, whichever answer comes to your mindset, you poll it, right? So how do you monitor the progress of your project where 5 departments and 56 colleagues are involved? Most of the people, among 13 people, right. Okay, now I can correlate this polling along with your previous polling, right? So now we can little correlate whether how many people are really in the management sector, right? Okay, I can give another 20 seconds. By that time I can have a cup of water. Oh, one person polled in that watch over employees and their activity category also, right? Okay, so I given 4 choices: interact with employees and discuss their viewpoints, watch over employees and their activity, provide inputs and monitor behaviors, measure performance through performance appraisal, right? Our question is, how do you monitor the progress, right? When we say progress, it has to go in a positive way and it has to reach the targeted goal, which means the project is not yet completed, right? The project is not yet completed, which means the departments and the colleagues are carrying out, not carried out. That is a simple tip I thought of giving to you. Okay, so this is not for point out the mistakes of any individuals, just to realize how much we are involving when going to participate in an activity. That's what I thought of stressing here, right? When we say gamification, right, we are going to use, or we are using all type of this kind of gamification, right, through internet, mostly internet. But some minutes back I told physical activities also, of course that is well and good, but most of the activities are through internet. So there is a need of IoT ethics. Security and privacy, right? Security and privacy are the root of serious fears about personal information, especially in the IoT space, where remote system hacks become cyber invasions that impact the physical world. Okay, you might hear a lot of examples in this category. So IoT related technology is integrated deeper into daily life in the form of fitness wearables, smart home devices, autonomous vehicles, and even tracking chips for household pets. It's up to industry leaders and policymakers, of course the researchers like us, to ensure the well-being of the consumer in this smart future. What is the purpose of fitness wearable? Again, right, step to go like that. So many apps are there. Where it is installed? In our wearables or in our gadgets. To do this, we must prioritize an aligned IoT framework by keeping the ethics around algorithms and access, values around privacy, security, and ownership, and the common reference architectures that protect and build trust with consumers in mind. Someone asked earlier that, sir, can we go for forcing the people to take part, right? So in that sense, right, if your algorithm, if your machine learning algorithm or deep learning or even AI is breaching the ethics, just think, right? The most common issues in this category are we relying the technology in higher way? Whether our privacy documents or privacy matters are not safe? Of course, loss of job is not applicable in the case of gamification, right? Right. For your knowledge, right? For your knowledge, what is the striking data? As I told earlier, right? As I told earlier, we are using mostly the connected items of internet, right? In that sense, I want to say, right, how much CO2 emission is happening if you are handling either desktop or laptop or even in standby mode, right? Of course, the laptop is 1/4 of the CO2 emission of a desktop in general, right? Right. Suppose if you are talking about the data center, because we need, right? Or most of the occasions we are executing this kind of gamification in the form of mail with an attachment, right? In that case, how much CO2 is going to emit? And if a user is using 20 mails per day over a period of 1 year, right, then it is forecasted or analyzed 1,000 kilometer travel by a good condition of car, right, equivalent amount of CO2 is getting emitted into the environment, right? Or router is a generic item, and of course we required, it is also consuming huge amount of energy, right? Others, data center, because all these data are collected in a particular place, whether it is cloud or data center. If you are talking about data center, again it is consuming more amount of energy, equivalent to 1/10 of the thermal power plant, right? Because we are using electronic circuits in these things. If you are talking web search, when we introduce such kind of gamification to a user or a society, immediately they will verify by doing a search engine search, right? So that is also emitting certain amount of CO2 into the environment. As of now, we are thinking that only the transportation, or because of the usage of air conditioner, right, the climate is getting changed and the temperature in the environment is hiking year by year. Just imagine, we Indians are in 138 crore plus people, and everybody wants to live our life comfortably, peacefully, happily, right? Of course, with luxurious gadgets. And if everyone started using this specified amount within the next 1 decade, how much environment is going to affect? That's what I told. This gamification is having both sides of gamification is similar to the coin. In both sides, we have to look in it, right? If you are browsing a data, right? Here I mentioned about a certain liter of water also, which is equivalent to travel by a car of 1,400 kilometers. So these are all some striking data in connection with gamification, provided it is connected with the internet. So do I emit CO2 when I surf the internet? Yes, we are, right? Specifically, if you are saying server, specifically if you are saying a data center or even router. If you are looking the world, right, the total power production, 6 to 10% is utilized for the purpose of running or using ICT, information and communication technology. And we are planning to increase the usage of gamification in our day-to-day activity in all sectors. And the survey forecasting is saying that the utilization of ICT sector is getting increased 5 to 7% every year. So the world energy production, if you are looking 140,000 terawatt hour in the year of 2018-19, in the year 2019-20, it little increased as 150 plus. If you are looking the Indian energy production for the past 10 years and the year 2018-19, it is only 1249 terawatt hour. We are producing only less than 1% of the world energy production. And we are having a wish to live the life with full, comfortable, luxurious gadgets. Right. So in that sense, where is the ethical, right? Since the time is less, I am not going to connect this Kubler-Ross change curve. I can pause this, right? So when we talk about the cyber ethics, right? When we say ethics, we cannot omit the cyber ethics. So the cyber ethics can be mentioned as internet ethics, or sometimes it can be called as information ethics, right? The name will be in a different way. But it is the process of examining moral, legal and social issues, whichever we are carrying out by using computer or information technology. So in gamification also we are using n number of ICT tools, right? So in that scenario, right, what is the position which we are holding? So when we say the ethical challenges, it might be copyright, download. Of course, these kind of problems are not much reflected publicly as of now, right? Then we can say the security. So how we are going to secure the gamification in terms of network, in terms of application, in terms of information, in terms of operational, in terms of any disaster things, right? Most importantly, the end user education, right? So my friends, if you are failed to plan, you are planning to fail. If you don't attack the risks will attack you. Nothing gets done till nothing gets done. I always used to say there is no product in the universe or in the world which is having high quality, low cost and long time of life, right? So in that scenario, right, how gamification is going to make us in a peaceful mindset life. Of course, without affecting the environment in terms of emitting CO2, without affecting our ethics, individual ethics, right? Every human is having their own policies, right? Their own mode of operations. See, when we say the first step towards thinking seriously about ethics in machine learning is to think about bias. Morning speaker also mentioned in a single time. So the bias, right? When we say bias, how we are going to convince the society from the bias. The third point, I can give me a moment, I can make it. And the last point, this is the last point. So earlier I mentioned 70% of the people are answering only by Googling, right? Let us see how many of us are going to do. So the gamification market size is projected to grow from US dollar 9.1 billion to 13.2 billion US dollar, or 30.7 US billion dollar, or 72.4. Come on guys, I have only few more minutes and I have a few more slides. Okay, only around four participants participated. 5, 6. I didn't say anything about this in my session, but simply I thought of asking this question to understand how many are interested to do business in this particular sector. Suppose if anybody has done their literature survey earlier about this particular area, will know this answer. Okay, I will keep this poll also open till end of the day. Let us continue the remaining things. So when we talk about ethics, right, we have to think about the machine learning. So when we say ethics, right, if you are saying simply it is a moral philosophy, right, or we can say it is a systematic, right, it is the concept whether our activity is correct or not, in simple terms, right. Similarly, when we go for making a gamification, right, it has to come inside this parameter. We have to think about our law, we have to think about our religious culture. Importantly, the data ethics, whatever the data we collected from the participants, whether it is going to be utilized in a positive way or negative way, or we can say ethical issues, whether I am having the right to use all the data, whichever I am collecting from the participants, or not, right? Or we can say a diagrammatic way, right? We are planning a gamification like this, right? Whether the entire plan comes possible in terms of technical, right? Or whether it is fall in a legal way, right? And where is the ethics? If you are looking our real life, right, our gamification plans are not coincide 100% with the technical execution as well as legal execution. Of course, only very limited of percentage is coincide with the ethics. This is the real, right? If anybody is saying that no sir, my gamification is 100% proper, right, and it is attracting thousands of people, right, then we can have one more session of such entire detailed deliberation, right? So when we say this ethics, and when we say the ethics of technology, right, we can say ethical issue, we can say ethical dilemma, right? When you say ethical issue, right, the more issues are those actions which have the potential to help or harm others or even ourselves, right? We can say like this. If you are talking about ethical dilemma, right, a situation in which a difficult choice has to be made between two courses of action, either of which details transgressing a moral principle, right? So definitely we will be in the way of choosing the negative things. So these problems, how we are going to solve, right? Most of the cases, when we talk about gamification, it is involved with the computer technologist. Of course, the machine learning. When we say machine learning, we cannot omit the bias, right? So we are having lot of ethical biases, or we can say issues. The accountability, the transparency, confidentiality, ownership, right? Anonymity, reputation, privacy, fairness, right? Identity. So like that, we can have n number of ethical issues when we deploy gamification. It is not only gamification, whenever we use ML, right? These things will come in the top level, right? So is there any cases are there? Yes, several cases are there. We can talk about Payball, we can talk about Citigroup, right? Even Citigroup, this is the largest financial giant, right? They got problem in the year of 2011 where they lost almost 2 lakh customer information, right? It is almost some $1 million loss for the company. You might hear about this Kelsey, who is called as mafia boy, who hacked several computer giants, right? Even Amazon, even CNN, right? So like that, we are having so many cases. The last one which I am putting here is that the Cambridge Analytica with Facebook, right? These kind of issues, how we are going to solve. If at all a individual or if at all a person, right, comes inside this kind of issues, we have to just think about in a empathical manner. Are we creating our gamifications to come over these kind of issues? Even in the recent past, you might hear about this iPhone 10, right, which is called as machine learning triumph of machine learning technology, right? Why they saying is that is the topmost and the best face recognition, Face ID, Apple's Face ID. So there also some biases are still available. When we talk about NLP, right? When we talk about credit score, when we talk about the profile or personalization, or we are talking a lot about autonomous cars, autonomous weapons, then importantly, personalized medicine. In India, that is an upcoming issue, right? For the past several months, people are using this personalized medicine through telemedicine in a huge way. So these kind of ethical issues has to be solved. So we can use these kind of things, open source license or data bias or algorithmic, right? Or even bias in face recognition or issues in NLP, or we can say CSC, computer credit score computation. So like that, we are having several ways, but what is the level of participants gathered here and how you are having a plan to move forward in this particular gamification research. And I am shared a Google form here, which is seeking the participants, those who are interested to do collaborative research, specifically in gamification area, either with the host institution or among the participants or from my institute, along with my colleagues. Those who are interested, you can fill the form, right? So now, right, in this session, I given 3 poll and 1 Google form. We can realize, right, how much my questions or my questionnaire are attracted the participants to access it and respond it. How much participants are involved voluntarily as well as self-interestingly. What are the missings or what are the ways I can improve my gamification in this kind of question sets? So these things I have to realize and I have to improve it. And of course, in the last Google form, I requested several data. Right? Now you will think yourself whether I can give all the data or partial data. If I want to give all the data, how this person is going to analyze and what are the ways he is going to utilize it? Whether it is only for the purpose of research and analysis or for any other purpose. Because people doesn't know what way the data is going to be utilized. People doesn't know the way of execution. People don't know where it is going to store. Right? So these kind of machine learning ethics has to be notified, right? And people have to realize, and they should come with that confidence. Are we doing such kind of things? So this is what I mentioned, the collaborative researchers in the field of gamification. I shared a Google Form link in your meeting chat, and those who are interested, you please fill it, right? So in that scenario, we are having some such type of cyber threat, starts from several decades, starts from password guessing to ransomware, and again in gamification also it is applicable. Or we can say in those decades, it is that cyber attack in the individual computers, but now it is with connected devices. When we are going to use any type of gamification apps, whether it is going to take only the concerned data or other data also, right? So for your general knowledge, I am putting this. There are several acts in our country. Act in India, IT Act 2000, Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. If you are looking the IT Act of 2000, section 43, it says like this, right? IT Act provides penalty for damage to computer systems, etc., such as illegal access to computer systems, downloading or copying data, inducing virus attack on it, damaging the computer, its stored data or network, etc., shall be liable to pay by way of compensation up to 1 crore. I will take another 2 minutes. By the time I will wind up. So what I am saying is, we can dream, construct, design most wonderful place in the world, but it takes people to make that dream in reality. That's what Walt Disney mentioned, because he is not happy about his world amusement park, which we are interested to visit at least once in our lifetime, because he felt it is not come to his expected level. Similarly, when we go for designing a gamification app or activity, it should attract people, it should give comfort to the people, it should not affect the environment, it should not make question about the participants' ethical mindset, right? Always we are thinking like this. When we map human values, people will think about total cost, global warming potential, secondary environmental impacts, right? So this is the other side of the coin. So if you focus on results, you will never change. If you focus on change, you will get results. So often we hear this term, Bloom's taxonomy. The gamification should come up with multiple taste, with low cost and high quality. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue with them, as Walt Disney mentioned. And for your self-checking, is that participants are having a write-up of executing or carrying out a project or research in the field of gamification with the specified strength, weakness and opportunity challenges. If anybody is having, you can share among other participants in the coming days, right? If not, you go for creating. So this is my career philosophy. Always in my activity, I am incorporating this ethics and environment, right? So if you want to make a happy living life, comfortable life, right, you should have all the things without affecting the environment, without affecting the ethics of any individual nature. If you want to self-check your happiness index, I given 4 pans: open pan, blind pan, hidden pan, unknown pan. You can put any number, any word, but in any one of the pans. After putting up into the various pans, you can count it. When count, you will get different numbers in open pan, blind pan, hidden pan and unknown pan. And if you are getting more number of words in the case of open pan, right? In the case of open pan, then your happiness index is very high. It is not applicable to the academic, it is applicable to each and every category of our life. I always used to share this happiness index tool, because most of us are feeling that I don't know how much I am happy, right? So in that scenario, if you are interested to test yourself about your happiness index, you can do it, right? So for today's session, I referred few of the things, and the references are mentioned here. You can go through when you are having free time. So thank you very much for your patient listening, and if you are having any further discussion, questions, I am happy to answer it. If you are having any intention to make offline discussions, further process in this specified field, please contact me in the mentioned contact details. Thank you very much. Over to the coordinator.
Can you please show that happiness index slide once again, please?
Yeah.
The previous one, please.
Yeah. Coming. Right.
Okay.
So here I mentioned open pan, blind pan. Open pan sense. Can I take another few minutes, coordinator sir?
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay.
Please, sir.
See, when you say open pan, it is known to self. It is known to others, which means I am an open person. Right? When you say blind pan, I don't know, but others know me well. When you say hidden pan, I know, but others are not knowing. Always we made this statement. I am sure I am correct, but other people are not understanding me, right? Unknown, the fourth pan, unknown pan, I also don't know. I don't know whether I can get IAS. My parents also don't know, right? That comes under the category unknown pan. I am saying an example. On the right and left, I put some sample words, right? You can fix a number of words. I given here some 50 plus. You can go for some 100. Again, most of people are belongs to management category, so you know well if you are going micro level, nano level, how the results will, right?
Yeah.
You just put it. After putting, you can go for counting it, right? When you go for counting, and when you get, I got 1 second. Okay. When you get things like this, right? You will get some numbers. Suppose if you are getting more number of words in open pan and very less number of words in unknown pan, and the remaining two will come in between this, then you can easily claim that your happiness index is higher. Which means if you are an open person, if you are a known person, right? If your activities are all recognized by every people, then definitely the happiness index of the individual will be in higher way. Of course, it is applicable in the gamification also. When we make such kind of apps, people should have a feeling that this app will not damage me in any way. Right?
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, any other question from the participants?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, madam.
Sir, my question is about gamification in education sector.
Yeah.
That in any educational institution, there are some students who only focus on getting higher grades in examinations or more marks from other peers. Even in the process of learning, they compete with their classmates and focus less on gaining knowledge. So can gamification help in reducing unhealthy competition among students and changing their mindsets?
Definitely no, madam. Gamification will make the students to involve in higher grade. I can tell. Okay. I will. Which branch you belongs, madam?
Computer science.
Computer science. Okay, fine. See, when we say gamification, right? If you are involving a student to make an app, right, for a small shop, right? The small shopkeeper will not accept to use that app immediately. But of course, hope the participants are in different type of institutions. Suppose if the institution is in a rural and a non-popular one, right? People may not get convinced about the quality of the product also. Student also not coming forward. Suppose if you are involving to make such kind of app, right? And if it works successfully, and if it is acceptable by the other students as well as the fellow colleagues of the institution, then the teacher will be motivated to improve the app further by involving the next batch of students. So over the period of time only, we may able to imply these kind of activities among the students. We cannot make the students to involve in these gamification activities in a single day. When we go for implementing this kind of gamification, specifically the faculty should have several way or several methods. If you are giving the same game again and again, right, the students will not participate. It has to induce their mindset, right? Like that, the teacher has to do, the faculty has to do some background work. The student should expect a variety of games from the faculty that we faculty should fulfill. Then, of course, as you said, the student will come forward and they will start acting. For example, I can say in my institution, what we did is, initially the mechanical engineering students are given chances to make all-terrain vehicle, which is called Baha, some 6 years back. Miserably they failed. After investing some certain amount of money also, say some 2 lakhs. The next batch, it was terrible, right? Many students didn't come forward, but management given voluntarily certain reward. This year we are going to sponsor. Luckily or fortunately, they succeeded in the design, but they failed in the track. So third year, the students expected such kind of reward from management because they already given. But when it comes to the fifth year, surprisingly, electrical students came with electrified all-terrain vehicle without seeking such kind of rewards. Right? So that's what I said. This project-based learning or place-based learning is giving much hike in their quality. What is the reward? The persons in the third year onwards, the students involved in such kind of games, right, got placed in reputed automobile industries. Of course, last year, because of the surprise upcoming of electrified all-terrain vehicle, those two candidates also got a very good chance. So we have to make some certain plans. I think I showed some screens at the beginning. If your plans goes in wrong path, then again, I hope I answered you correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Any other question from the participants?
Okay, when we get the next chance, we will discuss in deep how we can implement gamification specifically in classrooms with varieties. At least we should have 20 plus, because every classroom is having 60 plus students. And if you are going with a single game at an instant, will not work out. Always you have to go with a unique number, right?
Thank you, Professor Muruganantham. Thanks for your excellent presentation. So we got to know the other side of the coin of gamification. So obviously they are good when we are implementing gamification. So we need to look at all these factors at the same time. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for sparing your valuable time and for interacting with the participants. And I'm sure the participants, they had a wonderful session. Obviously, as told by Professor Muruganantham, he is available for further collaboration as well and for discussion also. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So next session is scheduled at 3:30 p.m. and valedictory is because it's going to be very informal session where we are going to interact only. Uh, we'll be starting at 3 o'clock, and the last session it has been scheduled at 3:30 p.m. Any query or any question you have?
So by 3, the next session starts, sir, with half an hour of interaction and the session which is pending.
Yes, ma'am. So I think it's worth to interact in a very informal manner for say 20-30 minutes.
Okay, sir.
So that, and the next session, the one which was left out yesterday, so that will be commencing at 3:30 from Dr. Abhishek Bahal.
Okay.
So let's meet at 3 p.m. today. All right.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Very, very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The next session is scheduled at 3:30 by Dr. Abhishek Bahal. That is a session that could not be engaged yesterday due to some problem. So we have some time, and then we can make use of this time. You can call it a valedictory function. You can call it a informal interaction. Uh, so I just want to hear from you, or maybe I want the participants to interact amongst themselves so that momentum that has been created out of this FTP, uh, that should remain there. So we should keep on working in this area, depending upon maybe in the classroom, maybe for some other applications where we can bring a value addition through gamification and similar things. And for that purpose, as I shared earlier with you, one activity has been planned, and by today evening or tomorrow morning, you'll get the details about the group's formation. So this activity is going to be there for maybe for a week, right? So let me explain what is planned in this activities. Like I've been doing similar activities in the class as well. So where uh, groups of students groups they are formed, and every group is free to take up any scenario, any situation where they feel that gamification can be used to address that problem or maybe add a value to what is being done, right? So from that perspective, this activity it has been planned, and what makes this activity rich is the diversity. So the diversity in the background, diversity in the interest, diversity in the expertise, diversity in the experience. So all these factors they are going to make a difference, and uh, then there's going to be freedom at your end to pick up any scenario of your choice. It could be any situation, maybe in the classroom or outside classroom, maybe some business application or maybe HRM application or marketing or water conservation. I mean, you have to take up any situation, right? And we are going to have a lot of groups. Every group has to make a present. Then every group has to collaborate at their end. They would be interacting. They'll be talking to each other amongst themselves. And within the stipulated time, you have to build your solution, and you have to submit your PPT. Then this PPT is going to be shared, is going to be put to peer review. So you'll have to rate other presentation, not presentations, I would say, the solution, the framework, the challenge which has been picked up, the way the solution it has been proposed, and so on. So the two groups which are going to get the highest grades, so they would be getting some rewards as well. But the most important takeaway is going to be a lot of new ideas would be generated, right? So let me know in case you want to fine tune this approach or give your input on this. Yes, please. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Is it going to be a mandatory activity or a voluntary activity?
It's a voluntary activity.
Yeah, because we may not get enough time to do all those things.
Yeah, because this cannot be
forced. Of course, we'll
forced.
try to do our level best, but still, sometimes we are too bogged up with so many other administrative works.
My point of view is that yes, Professor Deepak. Please
yeah,
continue.
that's what. So sometimes we may get too bogged up with admin work, so it becomes difficult to work with this kind of
It's pure
collaborative.
volunteer activity. It's a volunteer
Thank
activity.
you, sir.
It's not binding, but at least try to give your inputs because
Yes, yes,
your
sure, sure, sure.
experience, everyone's experience, expertise, that is going to make a lot of difference. Your
Correct.
insight that can do can solve a lot of problems. But maybe
Maybe I'll
you
suggest one more thing. If you can create some Google Class or some other means where we can see other presentations also and ideas also, that will be beneficial to all of us.
that will be done because every presentation will be shared with all the members, right? And then
Yeah. So
you
if we
have
have
to
a Google
review
Classroom
it.
or some other environment, it will be easier for all of us to access that particular thing, and we can
I'll
do it
do that.
anytime
I'll do.
as per our convenience.
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. Maybe we can rely on this WhatsApp channel as well. But
Yes, sir.
obviously, interacting through Google Classroom, that should be fine. We are going to
Okay,
have
sir.
some template. So I'm going to create some template also, and these many slides to be created and so on. And what is
Yeah,
going
that
to
will
be
be better.
and then I'll also request to maybe give your inputs on this activity that we have planned, plus your feedback about this program and so
Yeah, the
on.
program was very well organized. You have managed to, and of course, planned very well, and you managed to bring in good experts in across various domains. So it was very helpful. We got exposure to gamification, right from the basics to medical field and implementing and putting it to actual use. Today morning session by IM faculty was also very very eye-opening for us, because this is how we can actually plan our entire course with respect to gamification. So it was very well planned and well organized kind of a workshop or FDP, whatever you like to call it, and the kind of experts and the areas that you covered were very very related and very relevant to this gamification course. Thank you, and kudos to you and your team for putting up so much efforts and bringing so many good faculty and experts to come and talk to us and give their insights to us.
Thank you, thank you. Please also share what has been missed out.
Yeah, this activity that you have proposed, if we would have done that from day one, then by end of day five, we would have maybe presented that here. But anyway, because you said you had difficulty of having more than 100 participants and then most of people couldn't join, so it becomes difficult to plan and execute things. But still, we would like to work in this. But again, I would request you to keep it voluntarily so that those who are interested only can actively participate, because otherwise having a passive participation is of no use.
In fact, it was planned like this only, as I shared in the morning as well, that many people registered for this course, and based on that, I formed the groups also. But after day one, when I wanted to share the details, and I evaluated, many people who are in the groups, otherwise they have not joined the program.
Correct, correct. So maybe next time, next course, whenever you do, we can you can have a plan where this entire FDP can also be delivered in a form of a gamification platform or in the form of a game itself.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. That
Yeah,
will try
so
to
that would
definitely
be
try to
another
do.
kind of a nice experiment you can try, or maybe
Yeah,
some of us
definitely.
can try actually.
All right.
Yeah, anyway, you
So we'll do
want
it
our
now.
collaboration, we are always there.
That's why I want people to collaborate. Let's not stop here. Let's not get the certificate and walk away.
Correct.
The most important challenge is, whatever we have learned, a lot of things, every business, every organization is switching to these mechanisms because nobody can survive without engagement. So you need to have the engagement of the stakeholders. And that is very, very important. Yes, anyone else?
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Hello,
ma'am.
I'm audible, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so thank you so much for all these things. We are basically from non-tech background, and the collaboration part, what you're talking, I'm just trying to understand how much time and things it will take. And like somebody said, if it was from like day one, I just missed joining half session in the day one. It would have been great, but I think the future collaborations, what you have opened up, we can just look at it and see. But I also want to appreciate certain things what we learned from this session, because two of my colleagues also on and off, they were just trying to join with me, though they did not register. It was only because of the topics which were so interesting, and we really wanted to know more, because we don't get to hear about all these things frequently. So thank you for all those set of things what you brought in, and the diversity, because I don't know, there are many engineering faculty who might feel like these are the regular things for them, but at least for few faculty like management faculty like us, it was a very great session, and we have opened up for certain things which we usually don't, like gamification and other things. So thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am. Thanks for your words. I
Yeah.
believe, here, maybe you're from a different background, non-engineering background. It's hardly going to make any difference. Reason being, we are facing the similar problems in the classroom and elsewhere. And gamification is going to give us an opportunity to address many challenges. So many of the solutions, the activity I've thought of, same activities I've been doing every semester, and some of the ideas which are coming from the students, they are really amazing ideas. They are worth converting into businesses also. So when we sit together, when we look at the problem, we look at the background, and we look at the situations we want to improve. So definitely they can be addressed with the help of gamification.
Sir, I'm Raghav from Hyderabad. Uh,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir. Actually, we are into a particular assignment, namely development of a watching-based learning management system. Okay, so we want to recommend courses for students. Okay, so based on their learning curve, and we also ensure that their learning becomes complete. Okay, so uh, in this particular regard, so I thought that this particular workshop is about game theory and all. Okay, so this is for the first time I heard about gamification and the
All right, all right.
efficacy of that in engineering. Okay, we are going to propose augmented reality based learning management system. Okay, and we are going to I have a plan to incorporate this gamification also into that particular model. Okay,
Oh,
so
that's
this is the
amazing.
new
That's
dimension. Yeah, it is the new dimension to our idea of developing a watch-based LMS.
definitely, definitely. So, in fact, my department is the only department across India who is offering this course. In fact,
Oh,
this is
nice,
a
sir.
course largely offered by business schools. But lately, when AICTE released this list, they have put gamification under engineering category now, because everyone is now feeling the importance of gamification, and gradually it will be introduced in many of the institutes. Definitely in time.
Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to really thank you for such a wonderful FTP and fabulous speakers, to be very true. I mean, they not only gave us information, but they gave us so much of insight on what we can actually do in this entire thing of gamification at our levels in our own institutes, as well as the collaboration that we can do with other institutes. So I would really like to thank you, and really great. I really appreciate your effort for everything that you all have done. In fact, there are certain speakers that even my family members wanted to hear, especially the health related issues. So it was excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Surely, even I'm grateful to the speakers They were kind enough to give their valuable time.
Hello, sir. This is Dr. Biswas from Ranchi. Can you hear me? I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah. Actually, previously, actually, I'm the student of international relations. So even though I use some certain kind of gamification, it was not a gamification by name, but I used to use certain kind of game plan of during this war, international this world war or any kind of situation is taking place in around the world. So we used to divide certain students and all, and use this type of a game plan for how to manage the war and all. But now this after this course, I really actually impressed, and then I learned a lot that how to use this even artificial intelligence and these gamifications in terms of international relations. It's really some of the lectures were very not some of the lectures, all the lectures were very very much particular about that how we can use these gamifications and all in the classroom and in practically. So that really has given a very added a value addition in my subject also. So though I'm not from engineering and other science, but it was a very you can say the multidisciplinary approach you have applied. So that for that I would like to thank you for certain the FDP you have organized in such a way that from all discipline, you made this gamification for all the discipline. That is, thank you very much for that. So
welcome, sir. Thanks to you. What I've seen, all the sessions, they were so interactive. There was a huge participation. There was a very good involvement from the participants. Even that made the session so beautiful.
क्या पूछना है? Captain?
Anyone else who wants to say something? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
All right. Anybody who wants to say something?
Hello, good afternoon, sir. This is Vidyasagar.
Okay, sir, continue.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir, from Pune. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have learned a lot of things. I have just got registered that what is the gamification, what I have learned about the how to change our behavior and mental conditions, also how to change our stress level, and so it is also related to medical sciences. I am teaching in non-engineering, like MA department in education, teacher education. Sir.
Okay.
But it is related to lifestyles also, how to manage the whole works, lifestyles, teaching. Apart from teaching, it is all the lifestyle. So it is great learning. I will implement in our teaching styles. Okay? Or also that here in Maharashtra there is worse situation in the schools because many last year 600 schools have been shut down in one region, in Konkan region, that one semester, that the government are feeling that the situation of government schools is not so good. So how to tackle? So I will send a proposal in Maharashtra government about the gamification that improve the interest of the teachers and that quality of government schools. That is a great experience.
So that's really great. Okay. I just want to share an experience with you. In my classrooms, I have been giving fitness challenges to the students.
Yeah, sir. It is great experience that our faculty member also facing fitness challenges in mental conditions to manage lot of works like the how to prepare his lectures and deliver his lecture and assessment. So gamification also minimize our the assessment load of assessment and overload of the evaluation and examination related examination based education system, because our education system mostly based on the only examination. Maybe the CBSE board and high school, that all students are also interested that what are our marks, what are the internal marks, and students also asking that don't teach learning skills and attitude on skills and values. Teachers should teach that is the related to examination. What are the expected? Thank you, sir. That is it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Ipsita from KIT University, Orissa. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for organizing this. There were many forms of learning, I should say. It's not that I'm not using gamification in my class. I've been doing it for years now because I teach English and communication. So we have a lot of scope of gamifying the content. So I do that, but there are many elements I never use, like scarcity, for example, is an element I never used. So in that sense, there was a good value addition, I should say, and I gained a lot of insight into how to do it better. And that's one thing. And secondly, another very separate, different kind of an insight I get. It's about how to organize an FDP and at the same time keep you cool. That's something I learned from you, sir. You have been keeping your cool for the last 5 days. I've been watching you, and that's one thing I would like to emulate when I apply for an FDP or organize one finally. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. So our next session would be starting at 3:30. So still we have 3-4 minutes.
Sir, I have one question. Maybe you can answer because you have practiced gamification in your class.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the problem is, given the Indian scenario and the kind of syllabus that we have, the syllabus is too huge to cover in one semester. And then if we plan such kind of active and gamification strategies, the time is still reduced. So how do you manage? What is the advice for the teachers to balance the thing so that it is engaging, we use gamification elements, and we are able to cover the syllabus in time?
So somehow you'll have to blend these activities with the class, because one course I'm teaching exclusively, that is the gamification, that is floated every semester. And in addition to the other courses, here the contents have to be gamified, the delivery has to be gamified, your interaction, it has to be gamified. Then you can also make use of the flipped classroom learning that I've tried couple of times, without quantifying, the outcome, because the outcomes have been very subjective. I think those little things we can do that can be aligned with the contents delivery and the processes we are already running in teaching learning activities. So there's no need to do it separately. So that will be running along with your delivery mechanism, teaching learning.
Correct. And we did not try it in every class actually, right?
No, I've been doing it in every class. One course is on gamification exclusively. There you can do anything.
No, but the other courses where we use gamification as the delivery or evaluation kind of a strategy.
Yes, not for evaluation, but for engaging the students, like a flipped classroom learning, that is one thing. Then I've got a leaderboard. So every time, when the session begins. So randomly, I carry mobile phone. There's, maybe some student is going to pick up a number, and that is pointing to the one specific student who has to maybe take a recap of previous lecture proceedings. He or she is able to do it, will be getting some reward, and so on. Maybe then in the flipped classroom learning, it's a free flow of information. I mean, students, they can present their ideas, whatever is the subject, it's being taught. Then, along with it, I gave them fitness challenges also, because I consider fitness is something that we should include it in our lifestyle. So these are, little things I'm trying to do in my classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I would like to put a proposal across. Uh,
Yes,
Usually, it
ma'am.
so happens that we attend many FTPs and other such sessions, and there are various WhatsApp groups formed. And people, as soon as they receive their certificates, they usually leave the group. But since this is an exclusive subject, I would like to put a proposal to you organizers as well as the participants, that if we can actually continue this WhatsApp group and collaborate over time, so that if we are interested in any research, then we will get students from various parts of India. And also, if we want to collaborate into research with each other, then also it is possible.
Yeah, that's wonderful idea. Let's keep this group intact. Again, participation is voluntary. Whatever information or opportunities are there, I would like to share it from my side, and likewise, other people will get an opportunity to share and collaborate. Definitely, that's good idea. Let's continue with this group. Let's not close it. All right, all right. I think we need to close the discussion now, because Dr. Abhishek Bahl, he's there online. Let me bring him in. Dr. Abhishek, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
All good. Absolutely fine, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Again, extend heartiest welcome to Dr. Abhishek. Due to some technical problem, he couldn't join yesterday, and he's kind enough to be available today to share his experience and to conduct the second session with you. The first session has been really amazing. He shared some of the wonderful things, how we can gamify different activities. Plus, he shared some already existing platforms, some of the applications, some of the apps are there, so that we can take off very quickly, and that was really useful. I hand over to you, Dr. Abhishek. Thank you so
Thank you, sir.
much.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Arun. I think we have been discussing in the last session about what are the best practices and how can we actually improve productivity of work using gamification largely. Important, and the most important, I would say, is there are multiple applications available. I shared a couple of applications in the last session as well. The unfortunate part in the process was, and I can only say unfortunate, because most of the applications are again developed by Western countries. We have to still take the lead and start applying them in our daily life. So today, I mean, as a part of, I don't know how many more sessions I've planned after mine, but what I intend to now do is so there's a platform called Gamification UK in the long run. I mean, in the at the end of the day, I will show a small, not a presentation, but a small glimpse of what Gamification UK has been doing for quite some time. But there's a learning which we do parallelly, which I also do parallelly when I interact with those people. But I want to show some of the game elements today in my session, which you may want to use, and how I will also tell you how you can use those game elements to gamify your processes. because I also understand that this crowd is largely driven by academia and some bit of industry as well. My request to you is that in your daily routine of work, or whenever you are allotting work to people, you can have simple game mechanics to engage your customers or your stakeholders better. It could be a simple organization which could have a team of 5 people, 4 people, 15 people, 30 people, right? It also depends on how do you pick up the tool and where do you pick up the tool, and how do you apply that. So that is my entire debate in my session today. Let me share my presentation and let's take it up from there. Okay. So one important thing, I think, I don't know again if any of the speakers have talked about this or not, but there are different kinds, different categories, different genres of people available with us. And these are the 6 categories which you should always remember. And there are ways to identify them. I'll tell you how to identify those people as well. But the first example which I will talk about is somebody called socializer. Okay. Again, largely related by this act of related. So what they basically do is they are the ones who will be highly connected to each other. Okay? They are the people who will interact more on social media. Even though they are not on social media, they are the people who will be all over in your office. So that's a very good sign for socializers. People tend to have negative names for them as well. They're not getting into those activities. But socializers are the ones which will actually help you make your game mechanics successful in terms of putting the right information to the right people or to a lot of people. Okay. Second category are completely called free spirits, which are largely driven by autonomy and self-expression. They are more of the individualistic kind of people. Okay, so they do not, while they want to be a part of the team, but they are largely individual players and they want to perform individually. Okay, that does not mean that they cannot perform well in groups. But again, if I want to give them a situation wherein they are a part of a team, they may actually fail. So that's very, very important. And that's the reason, I mean, and again, a good example to cite here is that's the reason why Sachin Tendulkar as a player was more of a free spirit and not, and there was therefore the reason why he did not pick up captaincy. He said, I may not be, I mean, I myself could be a good performer on the field, but I may not be a good captain on the field. While Virat Kohli might be. Virat Kohli is also a socializer and also a free spirit. So he's performing individually as well and collectively as well as much as he can. And the third category obviously is the achievers, which are driven by mastery. They will not do any task. They will only do a task in which they are very confident of. Okay. And I think that is something which we are also good at. We also, so while we say these 6 category types, when we design our game mechanics, when we put our game mechanics in place, we also need to understand that which part are we addressing to when we are giving an assignment. For example, in this case, there are 40, 50 odd people in front of me. Some of you would be achievers, and they'll say that I want to learn gamification till the maximum thing possible. I want to learn it end to end. You want to master that area, that's completely up to you. Okay. Somebody, I don't know who was talking about, somebody was saying that let's keep the WhatsApp group active and so on and so forth. You are basically talking about the relatedness concept of socializers. You are still being socializers. You want to be interactive in the group. You want to see what is happening in the group. Maybe you may be helpful for someone, somebody may be helpful for your project and so on and so forth. That's completely okay. The fourth category comes as philanthropists, which is completed by purpose and meaning. They are largely people who resembles what saints do usually. Okay. They do work without an expectation of a reward. And the best example I can give you is your parents. Your parents are largely philanthropic in nature. They don't expect anything in return because they are something for you as their parents, right? So that activity is also important for you to design the game mechanics. Therefore, when you are doing something for someone, double sports as a philanthropic activity, then the game mechanics would be very, very different. Okay. Then comes the players, which most of us are usually. We always work for rewards. We work because we could earn some salary out of it. We also work because we take home something. That something could be a tangible or an intangible benefit. Okay. So a lot of people work because they get salary as well as they get time for their kids. So that's the reward. Okay. A lot of people work because I want to earn huge salary, and whatever money I get, that can be used to improve my kids and whatever, my family and whatever. So that's their choice. So generally, we are more on the players category. Okay. And last but not the least are disruptors, which are basically like the innovators who are always motivated change. They want to change the system. They want to change everything what is around them. I'm not saying that they are dissatisfied with respect to that, but sorry. But it is also important for you to understand these people, because these are the ones who will either give a positive change or a negative change around you. So my request to you is, after the presentation, I will share a small reading document, which is basically like a check mark list, which can help you analyze people in terms of whether they are socializers, free spirits, achievers, philanthropists, players, or disruptors. Based on these 6 categories, I will show you some game mechanics now, and we intend to then we can start discussing game mechanics. And I don't know how many of you did start applying game mechanics or start seeing game mechanics around you. But if you have seen any of those game mechanics, feel free to discuss with people. Let people also understand your understanding about game mechanics. So the most general game mechanics are as follows. Okay, the first thing is the onboarding or tutorials. Have you seen anything related to onboarding tutorials? Any game mechanic on the onboarding and tutorials? Have you seen that? Okay. Before I get into that, let me ask a simple question to people. What is the most near and dear game to you? What game do you play? Let me have some voices there. What game do you play on your mobile phone?
The only game, long ago I played was Minesweeper. So other than that, like if I see my students today, they say everything from PUBG to GTA to, I don't know, like a lot of names. They know more than us.
Correct. Absolutely fine. Anybody else?
Asphalt 8.
Asphalt, okay.
So Candy Crush.
Okay. Anything else? Sorry?
Temple Run.
Okay, Temple Run, okay.
Okay, sir. What game, sir, in classroom? How to enhance the language in communication skill? What game, sir?
Okay. Anything else?
Mario I played, sir, long ago.
Mario, fantastic. Great, absolutely
So
fine.
word
So
Scrabble.
Scrabble, very good. Anything else? Okay.
Sir, online chess is there?
Which one?
Online chess.
It's online. Okay. Great. Now, if you carefully look at what games you are playing, generally the game begins with a small onboarding or tutorial video, which basically helps you to understand how the game is being played. Correct? Generally, if I want to play online chess, for example, and I don't know how to play chess, there will be a small tutorial which will help me understand that okay, the pawn will move in a different fashion, right? Okay, and that's how it is. And then there will be, then the king can move in a different fashion, okay, and so on and so forth. And the bishop can move in a different fashion also. So that onboarding or the tutorial, which is usually being mentioned, is the first and the most important game mechanic. Now, for people who are coming from the academia, when you give assignments to people, you usually put this small onboarding tutorial about the assignment. That okay, you should be reading these following cases and you should be able to answer these following questions and so on and so forth. That's the first game mechanic which you should always keep in your mind. Very effective, largely effective for people when you want to disseminate or when you want to onboard a larger amount of people for any activity. Okay, the onboarding tutorial is not very effective when you have a smaller audience to look at. And I'll give you examples to comprehend what I'm just saying. I think most of you would have also gone to a decent hotel in your life, and you realize that the moment you get into a hotel, they give you a welcome note saying that we welcome you on board to the hotel and blah 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 blah. You get into a room, there's a small onboarding card which they have kept for you. Trust me, half of the time you don't even read the card. Correct? I hope that's true, right? You don't even read the card. It's not you. You do not do that activity. Okay. You also have seen that when you go to zoo or go to any other playing areas, there are a lot of boards which are placed saying that don't do this, dot 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 whatever. There is very rarely chance that you actually read those boards and understand what is written on the board. The reason why those game mechanics are not working because they are not individually targeted. That's not an information only for you. That's an information for general public, and that's the reason why there is a failure for this game mechanic. Second thing, which is a follow-up thing, which is called signposting. It's also at times people see. I hope you have seen that, right? Have you seen signposting? Signposting? Left, turn right, go straight.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Very important. And I hope, and you can see that signpostings are very important for you. Till date, all the Google Maps are now in place. But even though you are on Google Maps will also tell you now you have to take a left after 30 meters. Correct? Take a right after 40 meters. Go straight for the next 2 kilometers. Signposting. So when you are designing your assignment, when you are designing a game, for example, think about the Google Pay game which is currently happening. They clearly put a sign saying that scan the barcode from this scanner. That's a signposting basically. So that's very important. You have to put the signpostings in place. Sometimes these signpostings are replaced by the reading material which you give to the student, saying that okay, refer to the first document and you will be able to answer your first answer. So think about your Coursera. What Coursera does, Coursera says that I will give you a 2-minute video and after that I will ask some questions. Those questions are basically hints. Those questions are basically engraved in somewhere in the 2-minute video. The third thing and the most simple thing is something called loss aversion. Nobody wants to lose people, and I think that is something which people should take advantage of. Now, think about it. If you are doing, and I think people don't again practice this, but I will tell you very interestingly. If you put people into a situation wherein they work with their own comfort zone, they are pretty much happy with that, and it's a common phenomena. But the moment you disrupt their so-called comfort zone, then there's a chance of losing in a particular team. So think about, I randomly pick up 4 of you and put you in a team, and you might be confused that I don't know how my partner will behave in a group assignment. That's what loss aversion is. So loss aversion is something which you should ideally avoid until and unless you have to throw a challenge at you. Okay, if you really want people to do best, you should ask them to form their own groups. Okay, and then start competing with each other. But there are situations when you can't really do that, and you have to make them into random groups. So that's important. That is the next thing, and I think most of you actually miss out on this game mechanism, which is called progress and feedback. And you are the best that I will not name organizations or people or coaches. You also realize the fact that you only give a feedback or you give a mark or the marking to a student once assignment is submitted. Interim feedback, interim progresses are not being tracked by us, and I think that is why you are not able to implement a progress or a feedback mechanism as a game element. Most of you actually have seen progress or feedback mechanism if you have filled a Google form. So Google form usually has a progress bar saying that you are at 80% form has been filled, your 90% form has been filled. 95% form has been filled. That actually gives you an understanding that, okay, I probably have to answer a couple of more questions and I'm done. But generally, you are dealing with people are not with respect to a progress or a feedback mechanism, and that is something which you should start implementing in your daily life. Okay, that's very, very, very important. Okay, the next two things, which are theme and narrative stories, are also important. The theme and the narrative stories is how creative you can become while you are designing your app or designing your game in the process. So I'll tell you a good example. And somebody said you are playing Minesweeper for that matter, or somebody was saying that I was playing Candy Crush or Temple Run. Now, if you look at the theme of Candy Crush, if you look at the narrative story of Candy Crush, it's very simple. It's the most simplest game of all time. The most simplest game. The logic says that you have to match colors. That's all. That's the only thing what we need to do. There is no complicated thing in a Candy Crush. Okay. If you look at Temple Run, the only thing what you need to do is only swipe left, right, up, down. That's all. You have to only use your hand to swipe left, right, up, down, and that's what it is important. But what makes these games more interesting is that after a point in time, there are challenges which are thrown to you, and there's an innovative story which pops up saying that if you run for 2 kilometers, then you're liable to achieve an award, because they have narrated a story in such a way that 2 kilometers is easy for you. Okay, that leads us to something which is important, which is the next 4 points are equally important. The curiosity or the mystery box, which I hope most of you have already experienced when you are using Google Pay. Is a scratch card which comes in. Scratch cards has been available for so many years, but nobody actually uses a scratch card. So when the next time you give an assignment to a student, the next time you are engaging your customers, ask them to pick up a small lottery draw. Let them pick up a lottery draw. Let them get that fun of you also not knowing what the assignment is. You tell them that, okay, there are 4 assignments, there are 4 groups, anybody can anything. There's a chit system in front of you. Come and pick up your chits. That's about it. Very, very interesting, because again, you yourself are not controlling the mystery boxes. That gives them a liberty, saying that the teacher or the faculty is not partial, or the boss is not partial enough. Right? The second and the third one are important. It's called time pressure and scarcity. Okay, time pressure is often not being built up by people, and I'll tell you why. Why am I telling you this? Because often often you, when you look at your game mechanics or your engagement levels are not time bound. Okay, sometimes they are. For example, if you are, I don't know how many of you have seen that, but if you go and eat a burger on Burger King or KFC, they give you at the end of the bill, they give you a small coupon code saying that fill this survey and you will get 10% discount on the next time you visit our store. Okay, now there is a time pressure because this coupon is valid for 24 hours or 48 hours or 7 days or whatever. What they are basically doing is, A, they are achieving a feedback mechanism. Good. B, they are in a way based, because of the time pressure, you have to go back and do shopping once again. And that is also true for you who, I don't know how many of you have seen that again, is when you go and shop on lifestyle or website kind of stores. They say that if you do a shopping of 3,000 rupees, I'll give you a 750 rupees discount coupon, which you can redeem between X date and Y date. So there's a time pressure when you have to again go back and redeem your 750 rupees voucher, and so on and so forth. Okay. The next thing is scarcity, which is basically the other version of sale. Okay. Most of you have again witnessed that. Women experience sale more than men at times. That's what research, right? But again, jokes apart, but the point is that whenever there's a scarcity of something, you intend to jump onto that, and that is why the red sale or the Oppo sale or the 12 p.m. sale. So the phones, so for example, OnePlus recently launched a phone. They said that, okay, we will put this phone on sale at 12 p.m. or 11 a.m. or whatever. The phone was gone in less than a minute. Okay, so that does not mean that there was no phones available. Okay, the only thing what they wanted to show was that we are creating an artificial situation which makes the situation much more scarce here. People will exactly log in at 12 noon to just order their phone, while the phone will be available tomorrow also. Or I mean, tomorrow means not exactly tomorrow, but I mean at later point in time also. But that is a very, very situational thing to create. So my request to you is, when you are planning to design anything, I mean, it could be an experiment, it could be a application, play with scarcity very interestingly. People will be literally jumping guns to get the scarcity past them. It's as basically as understanding first 50 people will get 20 rupees off on the Uber ride or whatever. Just to be the first 20, you or the first 50, you actually come as soon as possible. So this is what I do in my classroom. I say that when I enter my classroom, okay, everybody will enter the classroom after I have entered, or everybody will log into my systems after I have logged in. The first 20 people, so it's like the first finger first. The first 20 people who will log in after me will get 2 marks extra, 1 mark extra, half a mark extra. That makes them be on time, be punctual. Okay. The last but not the least, the strategy part. Most of you, I mean, they've already discussed that. There has to be a strategy different for different people. You can't have one strategy, one set strategy for everyone. So my request to you is, rather than having a set strategy for every classroom, for every set of audience, for different set of people which I have mentioned, which is this, for socializers, free spirits, achievers, philanthropists, do not have one set strategy for them. Rather have different strategies for a thing. The last three are interesting. The flow, consequence, and investment. The last part is something which most of you have already experienced, and people who are playing Candy Crush, people who are playing Minesweeper, people who are playing any of those kind of games, Asphalt for that matter, the investment of time, emotions, money, which most of you at times end up doing, gives you a reward, and the reward is as simple as some coins. The reward is maybe an extra life. The reward is something like maybe a badge. Now that investment of time or effort or emotions is completely how you design your game. Sometimes the levels are pretty easy. Sometimes the levels are pretty hard. Sometimes you have to actually strategically design, play the game so that you win the game, and so on and so forth. Okay. And similarly for consequences also. For example, if I, and that happens to you also, if I do not finish my assignment on time, I will lose money. If I do not finish 10,000 kilometers a day, I may lose a badge, and so on and so forth. If I do not hit so people who are playing PUBG and all, if I'm not too much active on PUBG, maybe I'll lose my life, or my friends, my team members will lose life, and so on and so forth. So that is something which you need to look at. Now, I'll pause here because from this to the next 6-7 slides, there is something which I will show you by the end of the class. But I will pause here. Any doubts for the moment? Let me ask you any doubts.
Yeah, sir. I am Deepak Sharma.
Hi, Deepak.
Yeah. So, if you could, in the end, maybe demonstrate all these game dynamics with a case study or an example, that will help us connect very well.
Yes, I will do that. I will definitely do that, Deepak. In fact, if you carefully start looking at, so whatever, again, so from schedule, so let me jump the gun here. What we are doing towards the end of the entire session is drawing something like this. We are trying to draw a small periodic table of gamification elements. I think that is something which is very interesting. So, what we have covered right now is the journalistic part right now. We have only covered the journal. So we have covered this part, right? Which is this. We have covered this. We have covered this. We have covered this. Going forward, we are covering the socializers, the achievers, the free spirit, the philanthropy, the players, and the disruptors. So remember, my first slide itself said that every category is different, and you cannot have the same mechanics for everyone. You have to have a different game mechanics for everyone. So going back, if you look at this, that's the schedules, right? So remember, so let me go back again show you, sorry. So look at this. So your reward schedules is something which is this, A, B, and C. Your rewards are generally of three types: either they are random reward, I'll come to this now, either they are fixed reward or they are time bound reward. So there's no other way of looking at rewards. But once you have the rewards in place, then you can start looking at the different team activities or the people who are involved in the team. So let me go back. So I'm repeating your rewards, and I think everybody should start looking at one or more applications. And therefore, my question to you was, and which I am again repeating, please keep a game in your mind. Please keep a couple of games on your mind. I'm sure you might be playing a game, and it could be any game. It could be a game as simple as playing Ludo. That's also fine, right? Okay. If you look at Ludo, there is a set of random rewards you get. And that random reward, if you carefully look at Ludo means the snake and the ladders game. The snake and the ladders have a very common random reward. And the random reward is that you do not know what will turn up on the dice, right? You really don't know. You also do not know that whatever will turn up on the dice will do what? Will that lead you to a snake? Will that lead you to a ladder? I do not know. That's completely random reward, right? Can you give me an example of fixed reward in the same snake and ladder case? Any idea? I'll give examples. So Deepak asked me.
There are ladders at appropriate numbers, right? So they are fixed.
No, that's not fixed. What is fixed reward? What is fixed reward? Any clue? It's very important for you to understand this. I'll give you an example. Random reward. Sorry, go ahead.
That you will go forward until and unless you are bitten.
Okay.
Yeah, progression level wise, maybe.
You climb a ladder is a fixed reward.
Okay. Much more basic reward before that. That will happen later. First thing, how do you start the game? How do you start the game?
When you get a 6 on your dice.
When you draw 6 of the dice.
Correct. We have 6 or 1, depending on what rule are you playing. So that's a fixed reward. The moment you get a 6 or a 1, you will start the game. That's a fixed reward. Everybody will have the same reward, right? Very important. That's very, very important for you to understand. The third, and which is not the case in the game of snakes and ladders, the time dependent reward.
Hello, JS Farik. Can you mute, please? JS Farik.
Requesting you to please mute your
Irfan sir.
वीडियो स्पीकर तो ये तुम क्लासेस है तो जहां डिस्कवरी का स्टार्ट हो तो दो डिस्कवरी
ज्यादा इरफान
अपना एक खुद कम क्या करो ऑब्जर्वेशन लेवल का निशान चेंज करेंगे एस्कर
Shahzada Irfan Basir, I think.
Shahzada Irfan Basir. You need to mute it.
Please mute it. Okay, mute it, sir. You can.
Okay. So if you look at time-dependent rewards, a lot of your rewards are completed. So when I say time-dependent, again look at the games which you play. If you play Candy Crush, every time you finish 30 minutes of Candy Crush, you get 1 life. That's time-dependent reward. Irrespective of what you do, the moment you pass on 30 minutes, you are liable to get an extra life. Okay, that's what time-dependent rewards are. Now, please remember this, that you have to use random rewards, fixed rewards, and time-dependent rewards depending on every situation. So remember the case which you discussed yesterday, which is called the Starbucks case. Think about Starbucks, or think about the payback points which you use when you go out for shopping. Now, in a payback, there is no random reward, there is no time-dependent reward. The only thing what you get on payback is a fixed reward. If you shop for 100 rupees, I'll give you, or for credit, for example, we were talking about credit in the last class. What is credit? A credit is a fixed reward to begin with. If you spend 100 rupees.
Sir, on Google Pay, excuse me, sir. On Google Pay, there are some stickers, no, which we can't scratch it now. We can only do it after 2 days or 3 days.
That's time dependent reward. Correct. What are fixed rewards on Google Pay? Any idea? What are fixed rewards? Any idea?
Cashback.
What are fixed rewards on Google Pay?
Every morning and evening when you log in, you get some points. You get some
Correct.
points.
No, let me rephrase that. I think you are right in understanding that. Sometimes you clearly it clearly says that if you pay your electricity bills, you are liable to get an award between 10 and 500 rupees. Have you seen that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the award is fixed in this case. That is also a combination of fixed awards as well as random awards. The pure awards are rewards when you do not know whether you will get anything or nothing on a scratch card. That's completely random. You may scratch a card and say, "Oh, better luck next time." That's also random. You may scratch a card and say 10% off on McDonald's. I don't know. You may get scratch a card and say, "Okay, 5 rupees." That's random reward. A fixed reward means that you have to have something. You will get something. There is nothing called better luck next time, which is what fixed reward basically means.
Yeah, sir, a fixed reward is like this. That is the first time if I'm purchasing it, then I will get a 200 rupees rewarded.
Correct. So, yeah, that is also true. A lot of people get fixed rewards when they when application asks you to recommend this to your friend, right? Recommend this to your friend, and Google will give you 51 rupees, 100 rupees reward, not what rupees, right? That's a fixed reward. So the moment, for example, my friend Ashish joins Google Pay, and I have recommended him Google Pay because of a coupon code which I have given him to him. And the moment he pays to a merchant, I will definitely get 51 rupees in my account. That's fixed rewards. Very important. Okay. This is so important. These are schedule based awards, right? Time based, fixed based, random based. Then come the socializer people. Remember the first category, socializers. Socializers are people who were more happy to work in teams. Always happy to work in teams. Always happy to have people around them. Okay. Not everybody is this. So if you find a socializer, some of the game mechanics which you should apply to them is, for example, put them in teams. Number one. Number two, allow them to share your experience, share their experience on social media. Very, very important, very effective. A lot of companies do that. The moment and most of you would have seen that the moment you finish a game, they ask you to share the screenshot on Facebook, share a screenshot on LinkedIn or whatever platform. Social networking is very important. Again, most of you do not figure out who these socializers are, but you pick up a team, or you design a team in such a way that there is one socializer. You will ensure that he or she will be the person who will market their product or their event or whatever to a larger audience. Okay. The third thing is social. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, even for Google Pay, if we start using our family members observing this, sir, and is it easy to transact between accounts and mobile phones? Let me also have Google Pay. Like that only it gets spread in the family, sir.
Correct. And that is exactly true, ma'am. And I think most of the people actually got onto Google Pay just because their family members forced them to join the Google Pay at that point in time.
Yeah. That is easy way to transfer money.
Correct. A and B, you also realize that the moment you give them a scratch code, both of you are earning 51 rupees. So who will lose an opportunity of getting 100 rupees in the family without doing anything actually?
That's true.
Very true. So what is so at times people do this. You would have also seen a lot of companies do this. They put up a selfie board near their store, and they ask you to click a selfie and post it on their channel. I don't know how many have seen that. Right? You go onto a mall, they say that, okay, can you click a selfie with the product and post it to our channel, post it to an Instagram handle or whatever, and tag us. The moment you tag them, you will get some points, some rewards and something. Anything. That is where your social status comes into picture. Okay. The next three are also interesting: social discovery, social pressure, and competition. the last part is something what ma'am was just talking about, is after a point in time you start competing with your family members only, saying that how much money did you earn out of Google Pay? I got only 100 rupees. I got 250 rupees. So that's a healthy competition you are comparing with your friends or with your family members. So at the end of the day, see, you are not jealous of anybody. In which case, if you have money only, then you can use Google Pay and Pay, right? If you don't have money, what will Google Pay do? Nothing. So this is a very healthy competition. Very, very healthy competition. You intend to use Google Pay for a lot of reasons at times, and you keep on sharing. So what you do is you keep on exploring more people in your family and friends, so that they join Google Pay, and as an invitation fees, you get 51 rupees, 100 rupees, and that's a good thing. So that's something which people tend to do. The second part, which is something I want to really stress upon, which is called social pressure. So this could be an unrealistic. So social pressures are often considered to be good, but a lot of times companies have reported, and I'll give you an example to this. Have reported that social pressures have actually created a negative sense amongst the people. A common example to understand this is the Uber driver or the Ola driver has to reach you in the next 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay. Or in other words, you have to get into an Ola cab after the OTP has been accepted in the next 3 minutes. This kind of a pressure is a very social pressure being created by the company. Sometimes it's very demotivating for you, because when you are paying per minute, so you also at times want that the Ola driver should wait for you for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, or whatever. So I think that pressure can also demotivate you, because at times the expectations are very, very unrealistic in nature. You cannot. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Can I share one more example, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
For social pressure.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
So,
in ATAL and all, they have family pack. No, once we join all the family members, the network goes very typical and very irritable. Everyone will start cursing us.
Absolutely, and I think that is also holding true when they ask you to take a subscription pack for the entire. So this also holds true when you look at these digital TVs or Netflix for that matter. So take a Netflix pack for 6 people, 4 people, 3 people. If Netflix is not behaving perfectly fine, the family members will come back to you and saying that it's because of you we have joined this.
Yes.
And that also actually, so this the beginning of this actually started off when the PUKs came into picture, ma'am.
Yes.
So idea to add 10 paisa. So everybody got onto idea. Now that is not perfectly functioning. The family members are cursing you because it's because of you that they took idea, and neither they can call you and neither you can call them now. So what will 10 paisa do now? Nothing. So that is also social pressure. People used to do that. And the first actually social pressure is, if you remember the days of Reliance, when the Reliance actually came into picture, they said rim to rim free. So just because they said rim to rim free, everybody was on Reliance. Every other person was having a Reliance phone in this pocket. Social pressure, right? The next thing is a free spirit, which is what we're talking about again. Free spirit, remember, we are talking about free spirit, which is more driven by autonomy and self-expression. That's why free spirit. So the first thing, exploration, branching choices, and Easter eggs. Looks like the exploration parts are, any clue about exploration? What is exploration? Any idea? What is branching choices? Any idea? Somebody actually gave me an example. I have an example in mind, very brilliant example. For people who have played Mario, I don't know how many have played Mario. Have you? Okay. If you have you played this game called, what's this game? Temple Run. Have you seen Temple Run? Have you played Temple Run? If you have played Temple Run, you will start. If you have played Temple Run, a lot of places you can either go left or right. Yes or no?
Yes,
sir. That is exactly what branching choices are. Now you do not know what will happen if I go right. There could be a dragon right there. There could be a narrower route on the right hand side.
There
I
could
do
be
not.
a fall.
There could be a fall. There could be anything. I don't know what happens. That's exactly what branching choices are. Because you are so what's the game doing? Game is giving you the autonomy to decide you can go either left or right. And if you remember your Mario days, by my example of Mario coming into play in the.
By the way, we are kept challenged for our own decision.
Correct. So when you were playing your Mario also, remember the game of Mario. And more common example is it's not Mario. When you use your Google Maps, by the way, and it gives you that okay, you can take route 1, route 2, or route 3. Almost similar expected time of arrival. ETAs are same, right? Yeah. So you choose, okay, I think let me take a route from the Mahatma Gandhi road or MG road or whatever road you want. That may end up into a huge traffic jam, and then you start cursing yourself. It is me who decided this route, right? So, I mean, there's no other option but to blame myself, right?
Yes.
Google gave me 3 options. I chose one among those, right? So that is something what branching choice Easter does.
But still in Google Map, they have also started showing the traffic road and some roads which are not in use. All that are now embedded, sir. Now.
So now they've improved. But if you look at the earlier version,
the user experience.
Earlier they did not have all these kind of choices. You have to start doing whatever the Google was saying.
Take our own challenge,
Own challenge. Easter eggs are exactly the same thing. What these the eggs which the kids play, what Kinder Joy eggs are. I don't know how many have seen Kinder Joy eggs. Have you seen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So 35 rupees of complete wastage. So that's what Kinder Joy does, right? But you cannot do anything because your kids are actually loving that. There is nothing inside it. There is a small toy which comes up. Okay. You tend to see the toy. God knows what will you do with the toy. But that's exactly what Easter egg does. It's because you are not able to see the toy inside it. Okay. Your kid keeps on buying Kinder Joy, and now Kinder Joy is much more smarter. Kinder Joy has now. I mean, I don't know whether it is now or Kinder Joy is now separately for boys and separately for girls.
Yes.
Gender sensitive.
So for the first time, and this is true. By the way, this is true. For the first time in the history of chocolates, they have divided chocolates on the basis of gender. 5-star was not male and female. 5-star was never male and female. Neither was Cadbury. So Cadbury was developing chocolate. Amul was making chocolate. Any gender can eat chocolate. Kinder Joy is specifically for men, for the boys, and specifically for girls. Easter eggs. Okay, because now they have given an autonomy to a child, saying that I am a boy and I want to play with the boy level toys. I mean, God knows what toys they are. Right. One more thing which I most of you, I think, in your earlier days would have realized was a product called Cracks. I don't know how many of you remember that. CRAX, Cracks. So Cracks was like a puffcorn. Cracks used to sell puffcorns. Okay. Inside that 5 rupee packet, there was a small toy which would come up. Or for that matter, I don't know how many of you remember. There was an era of chewing gums when Boomer used to come up and Big Babool used to come up. I don't know how many of you remember that.
Yes, sir.
Right. If you open that packet, there used to be a tattoo which used to come up at times. Used to put tattoos on the hand, left, right, center. Used to put tattoos in our region, right? Easter eggs.
Correct.
You keep on buying because you want to get that tattoo in place, or so there was also Frito-Lays used to have this thing called Cheetos. I don't know how many of you remember Cheetos. Cheetos used to give us tazoos.
Yes.
Yeah,
tattoos. Like tazoos, left, right, center tazoos used to collect. Okay, God knows what we'll do with tazoos, but that's exactly what Easter egg does. They allow you to keep collecting collectibles, and that's the thing, right? and that comes into the next point, which is called the unlockable or the rare content. So you have they ask you to collect 7 do's. They will give you 6, and the last do or the last whatever will be very, very rarely given. So just because that is very, very rare in nature, you keep on buying the same activity. You keep on doing the same activity.
Yeah, they'll say if you give 10 wrappers back, you will get
Correct.
1 lakh rupees. But
Correct.
1 million wrappers will go.
Correct. So that is where a rare content comes into picture, and that is how they increase their sales in the long run. So it is always a good idea to club Easter eggs and rare content. That's the best way. Keep on giving them Easter eggs, and they will keep on buying them. So that's what the kids do. They keep asking for the 35 rupees, God knows what, but they keep on collecting the toys. But that's nothing that's at the end of the day. Then there comes something called the creativity tools and the customizations. So customizations are largely avatars. Most of you have already have your avatars made. WhatsApp allows you to make your own avatar. I don't know how many have seen that. Have you seen? On WhatsApp, you can make your own avatar. Okay, or Instagram allows you to make your own avatar. Okay, using an AR VR feature, augmented reality, virtual reality. You can put a text onto you. You can have a doggy face. You can God knows what face you can have. That's custom your own profile, right? But that's the fun part of it. Remember, you are making your face look weird because you have the power. Nobody else can do that. You are looking at your.
Sir, on MS Teams, I am teaching ethics and corporate governance.
Okay.
In that, one student has identified this avatar kind of feature. So he has put that quote scene as avatar
for
our subject page.
Right.
And he was telling, ma'am, did you see the avatar which I chose for our subject? It is a quote scene. She was enjoying saying that.
So that's the power of avatars and customization. Remember, now everybody has the power to customize themselves, their identity, whatever they want to using these avatars. And I think that is also equally important. Remember, we are all talking about free spirit. This is all for us. I am in charge of my own life and I can do whatever. So exploration, branching to Easter eggs, unlockable, creative tools, and customization. You can use them left, right, center. The moment so when you ask people to be on MS Teams, ask them to customize their own avatar. They will really enjoy themselves. They will always be enjoying themselves. You give them a small quiz saying that the first person who finishes Sudoku first will get 5 marks extra in their overall final exam. They will be solving Sudoku left, right. So that's interesting. It's where Easter egg comes into picture, branching choices come into picture, and so on and so forth. Achievers, individual players, and they want to master everything, left, right. So give them tough challenges. These are the people whom you can challenge them very, very toughly. So you know that there's the best brains in the country. I will give them the toughest challenge, and that's exactly what IIT, JEE, I am the CAT examination or the IS examination does. They give them the toughest challenge, and people intend to look at the challenge. Or for that matter, even if you carefully look at that, when you play Sudoku, there's an easy level, there's a medium level, there's a tough level also. The people who think that they are good, they will start playing the toughest level. Certificates and learning new skills are something which is also given or should be given to them. So there's a website, there's an app called Duolingo. I don't know how many of you have seen that. Have you heard of this application called Duolingo? Have you heard of this? No. Okay. Whenever you get time, just search for this application called Duolingo. Duolingo. Lingo. Duolingo is a mobile application which allows you to learn a foreign language, by the way. Any foreign language. So students largely who plan to do their masters or their graduation or their post-graduation or whatever studies abroad, they carry so they learn foreign language using this app called Duolingo. They heavily use gamification element. In fact, we were discussing a very interesting thought which I will also share with the audience, that we were discussing, so I and couple of my team members, we were thinking of designing a similar application for an Indian context. Unlike a country which is Germany or France or any other country, which is governed by one language. In India, we are governed by so many languages, right? We have Tamil, we have Telugu, we have Gujarati, Punjabi, Hindi, God knows what languages, right? So because we have so many languages and there is a large amount tourist footfall in our country, if we can design an app which is much more Indianized, then that would be useful, right? Nobody has designed an app similar to that, but yes, that could be a good idea, and that could really help people learn more of Indian languages and Indian culture. Again, achiever part comes into the picture, right? That also talks about quests, level progressions, and boss battles. The boss battles are the best things. Most of you have also seen that. So whether it is a Mario or whether it is any other game, there's always a boss towards the end of it. The last stage, the toughest stage of all time, and whatever. Now, two things can happen during the boss battles. Either you will be thrown right from the beginning, or you keep on battling the boss till the time you have energy in your game. Okay, that is something which is important. So most of the people, and I think let me give you the right hint there. When I design my question paper, I keep one as the boss battle example. So that question will make people differentiate between extraordinary and ordinary. That's where the boss battle begins. So if you have really understood my class, then you will be able to answer my last question, which is that's basically like the 2 crore question. Okay. If you lose, you are back at 6,40,000 rupees. That's as simple as that. Or you don't attempt it and you carry 50 lakh rupees and go back home. That's the boss battle. Either it will make you a crorepati or it will bring you back at 640. So there could be a heavy negative marking, but there could be a very, very heavy positive marking also. So I do that specifically. Think about an example. All the questions carry +2 marks, -1 mark, or -0.5 marks, or whatever. The last question carries +20 marks and -20 marks. So attempt it, if you are attempting it, you can get brilliant marks. And if you are right, if you are lost, then you will lose all 20 marks. You are back at 0. That's my boss battle usually. So design your classes accordingly. I usually, and again, because we are talking about achievers, achievers have a different strategy towards boss battles. So you can always test them using boss battles. How good are they in these situations? Okay, doubts? I'll pause here. Any doubts?
Sir, no doubt, sir. I have actually one compliment, including to Arun Koshla, sir. Yes. Actually, every session was, first session we were thinking, oh, this is that much easy. Second session, this won't this won't be feasible for us in our subject. Third session, oh, it can be feasible. Fourth session, oh, this is what we can do in our class, like that. And the entire sessions had been made like Vittalacharya movies, sir. We do not know what people are trying, and at last you made it very clear. Absolutely okay for whatever we can do in a classroom, whatever you discussed in terms of these kind of titles and subtitles. It was absolutely appropriate for any teaching field, sir, domain or specialization, irrespective of anything. These all are possible. Now you have made gamification is so simple, like common man's tool. So that is an appreciation for your class. And Arun sir, your selection of experts is awesome. I actually was trying to beg sir in the outcome feedback session, and my network didn't support for that. So I have finished my feedback today. Thank you so much for giving us such a great session, sir. Arun sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers.
Great. So let's continue. Then, yeah. The philanthropist category, very, very interesting. As I was mentioning, this is what at times we do. I mean, because we are teachers, we end up being much more philanthropic in nature. As teachers, we are also, in fact, not teachers. In fact, as a human being, we have to be much more philanthropic when it comes to helping people out in society. So when it comes to meaning or purpose, which is what people do, what CSR of the organizations also end up doing is largely a philanthropic activity. Caretaking, accessibility of features which are beyond your classroom should be taken into consideration. That means one of the assignments, for example, what we are doing, could bring in an element of philanthropy as well in the classroom, saying that, okay, whatever we are learning, can I apply the same concept of marketing, finance, CSR, law for people who are not affording or not able to afford such kind of learning? Can I simulate my knowledge there as well? That could be one of the assignments or one part of the assignment. So what I'll just give an example to this. I was teaching a similar course at one of the universities, and they said that, okay, what we will now do is your assignment would be largely linked to the SDGs, just the SDG goals, the 13 SDG goals which we have in place, and you can link that to this as well. So that means I will pick up one of the goals and I will apply my gamification knowledge into one of the goal and helping solving them the problem of poverty or hunger or sanitation and so on and so forth. And the next three things are also equally interesting. This is called collect and trade, gifting and sharing knowledge. The last part is something which most of us are doing. So you allow your students to go and in a school or share their knowledge freely to those kids who are not getting the facility of learning. But more importantly, very, very more importantly, is something called collect and trade and gifting and sharing, which is why this goal is interesting. What we intend to do is we also have this collection drives in our schools or in colleges, saying that, okay, during this Diwali we will collect, or during a pandemic, for example, currently, or during a flood, we'll collect a lot of older clothes or books or whatever, and we'll send across to people in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, in Assam, wherever there are floods. So that is what gifting and sharing does, and collect and trade also does. People love to collect things. People love to trade those things just to build relationships, because they are not earning anything out of it. Okay. You will also start realizing that people who are philanthropic in nature, you have to put them into a situation wherein the gifting, sharing part and the sharing knowledge part comes into picture. A common example which most of you would have done is something called when you start writing a post on Amazon. The moment you have bought something, you start writing a post. I think the product was nice, the product was this and that. Amazon does not give you anything in return. You have already bought a product. Even though you do not write a review for them, it's absolutely fine for them. But you are, with your knowledge, you are actually helping society. Saying that, okay, this is a good product, this is a bad product. If you face a problem using Amazon, you post it onto a social media platform saying that today I got cheated by Amazon, today I got cheated by XYZ company, and so on and so forth. That is something also which is basically freely sharing of knowledge. Then you also tend to do is, which is called the collect and trade part. Very interestingly, what you do is you also ask people that would you be volunteering and participating in an activity, and the activity could be just collectively putting trees. So remember the last class I was showing you this example of forest. The forest activity which you are doing is like collect and trade. You're asking your friends to build your forest or to build their forest. You're allowing them, helping them not to go on social media platforms as much as they can. That's a good sign. That's more of a philanthropy activity you are doing. Okay. Cool. Next thing is disruptors. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, on Google Maps, no, they have this kind of element in which if somebody has given location details, maybe 50 numbers or 100 number of details have been given by one individual. He is made as community leader to check others' information, genuineness and authenticity. Likewise, for number of contributions, they have different levels of positions in Google Maps.
Correct. So,
does it come under this context, sir?
Yes, yes. I think what you are saying, this is also, I don't know, because you are all researchers, I think most of you would have all seen a platform called ResearchGate. I don't know how many of you have seen that, ResearchGate. Have you seen ResearchGate?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, sir.
On ResearchGate also they say that, do you think that this paper has been authored by this? Say yes, say no, and so on and so forth. So what you're doing basically is allowing people to get the right recognition, even though they might not have figured out. That's the idea. That's exactly what we are talking about, gifting and sharing, collect and trade, sharing knowledge. Okay. By the way, what you put on Quora is also sharing knowledge, free sharing knowledge. So the entire platform of Quora, 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 is completely based on the philanthropic activity.
Yes.
Right? And I don't know how many of you have heard about this, but I think most of you would have at least seen Quora, right? You ask questions on Quora, people answer you back. That's the art of using Quora. Okay. The disruptors, these are very interesting people. I mean, very, very interesting people. So look at the first three: the innovation platform, the voting and the voice, and development tools. These are people who are bringing change to a society. And I was mentioning the change could be a positive thing or a negative thing. I always so people who are driven by the entrepreneurial activity in general are the people who are generally disruptors. And disruptor seems to be a much more negative word, although. But trust me, it is also very, very useful for a positive phenomena, because I allow people to think outside the box. And I'll give you the best example to understand this are the contests which I don't remember the name. Which can anybody help me remember? Dare to Compete. I think if I'm not wrong, Dare to Compete is a platform which has a lot of inter colleges contests happening. I don't know how many of you know about Dare to Compete. Dare to Compete is a very good platform which helps students, not faculty members, students to pitch their ideas. In fact, for faculty members, what we apply for awards is nothing but this thing only. So when we write our research papers, when we write our ideas on board, when we write research proposals to get awards, they're basically being much more innovative in nature. Okay. Other thing which has also another application which has also really gained traction using the disruptor model is the same example of Google Pay. If you carefully look at Pay, what is Google Pay doing? Google Pay is asking you to very recently they have started the beta version of Google Pay. What they are doing is they're asking you to suggest small businesses to join Google Pay. Even Amazon does that. Amazon says that you can become a seller onto our platform. Basically, what they're doing is they're increasing the seller database in the long run. Similarly, the anonymity, the light touch, and the anarchy are also very, very interesting. They are slightly tougher things to understand, but let me clarify this. The anonymity makes people much more innovative at times, or much more lesser innovative at times. For example, when you most of you have seen that when we do a double-blind peer review process, it's completely anonymous. There is nobody who gets to know that who is reviewing your paper. Okay, but because you are in command of being a reviewer of a paper, what you do is you intend to give the best and honest feedback as much as you can. That's very, very important. Now, if I'll give one more example about an application. So think about So I'll give you an example. So when you book a ticket on IRCTC, I hope most of you would have booked your tickets in IRCTC. You actually do not know what seat will you get. Are you okay with this? You have no idea of which bogie will you get.
Yes, sir.
You do not know. You may get S3 seat number 45. I don't know. Right? You can fill your preferences, but there is no guarantee that you will get a lower seat. You also have no guarantee that which coach will you get. It could be S1, S2,
but,
S1, B2, whatever.
One thing is sure, sir. If seats are available for reservation, if you choose a coach, that coach is given. Coach is given, but seat we cannot expect.
Correct. You can't expect. Correct. That is exactly where the anonymity part comes into picture. So they are not as sure as what an aeroplane does. So if you plan to fly in an airplane, they'll give you all the available seats. This is the entire availability of the seat. You can pick and choose a seat if it is available. If you want to pay for the seat, and go ahead. But that's not the case in a train. You cannot see that. The same thing happens in a bus, which is much more anonymous. You enter, you have no clue where to sit now. I don't know where will I get a seat or not. In a metro, for that, you don't know.
Sir, one passenger has reported this to railway authorities, and the authority has given an explanation, and that came as a comment on the site itself. It was actually the weight management system for railway. Front edge to back end, they have to maintain the weight, it seems, body, human mass,
Correct.
weight.
Correct.
That is why they can't ensure or assure a seat, because
Correct,
they
correct.
don't know what kilogram we weight and all. So
Absolutely.
that's the criteria by which we are not able to foresee, and they are also not able to assure anything.
Right. That is true. But I'm just telling you that you have actually no idea of which seat will you get. You have no idea about anything. So that is where the anonymity part comes into picture. Also, a lot of times when you do charity, at times you also want to become anonymous in nature. You just want to say, I don't take my name. Or for that matter, people who donate organs, they tend to have this clause of anonymity. These are disruptors largely. They're complete disruptors because they are donating their organs to somebody. If I am donating my organ, I do not know who will use my organ. But that's okay. Absolutely fine. So the entire concept of wiki donor as a movie which came into picture and which came into modern cinema and was hit, the idea was that I do not know who the donor is. Who is donating the sperm? Nobody has an idea. That is where the disruptors come into picture. And I think those are important for society in general. So keep that in your mind. Then comes the player category, and very, very interesting category, which is called, so most of the people do this, they have points, leaderboards, rewards. Everybody is more involved in the players, and there's nothing I can actually talk about. Is every game, every thing what you play has either of the things. They apply you on either points, leaderboards, or rewards. Interesting point on leaderboard, and I think I've mentioned that on the last point as well, that the leaderboards are not useful for everybody. I've mentioned this in the last class also, that it is not useful for everybody. Why? Because if you are on the 33rd position or on the 20th position, you do not give a damn about things. So it is good that you feature in the top 3 or top 5 positions. Beyond which, and I think most of you would have seen that if you run a race, somebody who is coming first, second, and third, they will actually be fighting between getting the 3 positions. Beyond that, people will stop running the race only.
Yes.
Any case, you would have seen that, right? Who cares whether I come 6th or 10th? Any which case, I'm not getting the medal. If I do not get a gold, silver, or bronze, there is no other medal beyond that, right? So they stop. They know that they will not win the race now. So leaderboards are good for people who are top 3, top 5, top 10, or whatever. That's important. Keep this in your mind. The leaderboard should be useful if you have a smaller group to compete, because then there'll be lesser resentment rather than a lot of people who do not climb up the leaderboard. Okay. Then comes the badges. Virtual economy and the lottery is very, very interesting. Virtual economy, most of you have already seen that. What people do, or what applications do, is they give you fake money. Fake money means that, or cred, what basically cred does, cred gives you fake money. Cred says that for every time you pay, I give you X amount of points. These points can be redeemed for something else. Now that point is nothing but a virtual money, very fake money. You cannot redeem them for money in general. That's very, very important. A lot of times you play games and they give you points, and you can buy anything with respect to this. You can trade points with respect to upgradation of a player. You may trade points to get maybe an avatar or something of that sort. That is what virtual economy is. Virtual economy is very, very interesting. By the way, this virtual economy became so much interesting that blockchain came into picture. So the entire cryptocurrency is largely a virtual economy, right? Nobody cannot actually see a blockchain, a Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is now future. Virtual economies are interesting to look at if you have applied it in the right way. Right? Okay. Same goes for lottery and game of chances. Spin wheels. A lot of you, I don't know how many of you have seen Amazon. Amazon has a lot of games in place. Spin a wheel and you stand a chance to win. Stand a chance to win a phone just by answering my question. That is where the cleared table very recently. You may want to use pivot table wherever you want. You may copy out of this platform and share it with your friends, and maybe use one of those combinations to make your platform much more exciting. So that's the large part. Okay, so we are left with 15 minutes. I will take a pause here. I will stop presenting and ask you questions in case you have any.
So hope you will share this PPT to Arun sir.
Yes. All my PPTs will be shared with Professor Arun, and he is free to share this content to all the participants. Yes, this is completely available to all the people. There is nothing which is hidden.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So there are no questions. Then I will pass on the baton to Professor Arun, and he can.
Yeah, question from the participants. So, Dr. Abhishek, can you share your experience, in addition to likewise, if you're teaching a course on gamification, good enough. If you are teaching some other subject, how you have gamified activities within that subject?
Okay, so what I usually do is most of my teaching when I so for example I teach 2-3 courses, just more technical at times. One of the course which I teach is machine learning and machine learning using Python and at times using R. This is slightly more coding left, right, center. So there has to be a logical explanation behind filling up a code or writing a code or whatever. What I usually do is I give students Legos to play. That's my beginning point. So rather than giving a contemporary game to play, this is obviously not happening right now in the pandemic situation. But when we used to normally teach, I used to give them Legos in the classroom, and they used to build anything out of that Lego. And anything could be anything. I could give them random Legos and say, okay, build whatever you can. Now, the moment they start playing with the Lego, their logic becomes right. They start thinking rightly. They know that I can place a larger block. I cannot place a larger block on a smaller block because it might fall down. That's the logic behind it. That makes it more interesting. Hey, all my assignments, trust me, Professor, all my assignments, even though I'm doing right now, are completely gamified. There is a leaderboard which I maintain for each of my classrooms. Whatever LMS portals I have, so I follow a LMS portal called Canva. Canva allows, and the enterprise version of Canva allows you to gamify their platform as well. So I completely gamify them in giving them leaderboard points, interesting challenges every day. There are at times random quizzes I throw at people, and there are rewards which they take away. And the rewards are very interesting, by the way. Just an example I'll share with you. One of the rewards they have is skipping the next class or skipping one of the classes in the semester and me giving them attendance for that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Skipping the next class.
But for that, so you need to, there will be a reward. I mean, and I place this game. So first 3 sessions, I tell them that first 4 sessions, I'll give you a quiz anytime. And you're the reward. Somebody who finishes the quiz on time and gets a score more than 8 marks or 9 marks is eligible to get 1 day off with being marked absent by me. I'll do that. So that is something which makes them engaging in the first 4 sessions for sure. So that is the starting point. And then there are other games which I keep on engaging them. So
but with the class activities gamified, would they like to skip class?
No, so they do skip classes, but for that also, so we have at Jindal we have a policy of having an open class. So every 4 lectures after 5 lectures later, we tend to have a recap of all the 5 lectures in a shorter. They tend to join that. Again, because of pandemic, we really can't allow students to attend all classes depending on how situations have changed. But, but it's been working very good. I mean, I'm very, very happy with what is happening at Sundar University.
Any other questions from participants? Yashiri ma'am, any question from your side?
No, sir.
All right.
No, thank you so much. I actually had appreciation and I already did it. Great session. Thank you so much for series of great experts and their exposures to us. Thank you so much.
I think Dr. Abhishek, there is no more question.
Great, sir. So feel free to, I mean,
Hello, sir.
my contact details are with Arun. He can share all my contact details along with the presentations which I will share with him today. Feel free to reach out to him and to me. I mean, we will be all the more happy to help you in whatever way we can. I think knowledge is something which is nobody's prerogative. Everybody has the power to share knowledge, and I think everybody learns by sharing knowledge. So I will be all the more happy to learn from you as well as reciprocate my knowledge to you in whatever way possible.
Can you please share your email ID on the chat box? Can you share your email ID in the chat box, please?
Yes, sir.
And also mobile number or WhatsApp number. WhatsApp. I like to get your machine learning course detail. Is it possible to get how you teaching with that game?
Sure, I will do that. So you can write an email to me. I'll be all the more happy to share all my details with you with whatever courses I teach using gamification.
Not using gamification, machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Yes. I don't teach AI. I only teach machine learning using gamification. I will share all my course plan and the lectures which I've delivered using gamification. If that is helpful to you.
Machine learning is the basis of everything, no?
Yes. So I do that course. I will share all my content, the gamified content with you. If that is helpful for you, I'll be all the more happy.
Yeah, it is difficult to teach.
It is not that difficult. I mean, if you, I can share my experience of teaching that course.
That will make it easy. That will make it easier. Your approach will make it easier.
Sure, I will do that.
Sir, even if the subject is difficult, our expert will make it very simple and give you, sir.
Yeah. Correct. I am very much convinced.
Great, sir.
Thank you very much sharing your insights.
Thank you, sir. I have given my email address and my phone number. That number is same on my WhatsApp also. Feel free to reach out to me. I'll be all the more happy to share my concerns and queries to help you.
Yeah. No personal disturbance. Only by WhatsApp.
Anything is okay. I mean, if I'm able to help you in whatever way possible, it's my pleasure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Professor Arun, over to you. That's completely. I think I'm done with my session.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for wonderful presentation and sharing your experience, how you use these game elements and game mechanics in your classroom. Obviously, domain is immaterial. Whatever subject we are teaching, there's a scope of blending gamification with the flow. Thank you so much. Thanks for your insight, and thanks for ready to collaborate as well. And thanks for sharing sharing your presentation as well. Thanks for your time. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Abhishek.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Bye.
So we have come to the end of all sessions. So this was the last session, and it was conducted so well, and correlate different activities which different business organizations are using to gamify their processes. So the session was very interactive, and it was a good experience for everyone. So now you are left with tomorrow exam. So then your feedback would be required on ATAL portal as well. So I'll share the details with you. All right.
Sir, if you don't mind. Sir, if you don't mind, I have an idea.
Yes, please.
Shall we unmute, all of us unmute and give a big hand to Professor Arun?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, please.
Definitely, it was very good FTP. Thank you, Arun sir. I'm Dr. E. Prakash Bedi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your love and affection. Thank you so much.
Arun sir, I think we have already bribed you for your exams. I just wanted to put a gamifying element here, sir. That's all. Thank you.
The feedback link will be shared in WhatsApp group.
Pardon?
The link for the feedback will be shared in the WhatsApp group.
No, the feedback, it has to be put on AICTE portal. Let me get familiar with this. I'll let you know about this.
Yes, ma'am. Few minutes or few hours it comes, sir.
Because after marking your attendance and putting your grades, marks, and once you are able to give your feedback, only then this process would be completed and you will be able to download your certificates as well.
Okay. Sir, the feedback I have already completed. It is available in the individual person's login. They have to log into the AICTE portal.
Atal page, yes.
Yeah, there is a feedback tab. There is a feedback tab where they have to go and submit the feedback.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. In the AICTE portal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just log into your account.
ATAL portal, same portal.
Our respective pages.
Yeah, respective login.
Okay. So one more doubt. When will be the exam?
Tomorrow 8 p.m.
Saturday 8 p.m. Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, Saturday 8 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arun sir. Thanks a lot.
Sir, please don't restrict to time hours. Maybe 1 or 2 hours you give, because network issues and all. If we have submission, will be a big problem.
Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Welcome.
Shall we leave, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun sir.